Well, I know our county clerk, did not like the system. He's said yesterday he was going to be very happy when this whole election cycle is over. It's obviously created a lot of, you know, more work for a lot of people, and its reliability factor.
I'm sure it has. I mean, this has been quite an election season like no other I've experienced in my lifetime, and it's really bizarre in a lot of different ways.
Seen anything like this. It just it feels so weird. I appreciate your inviting me to this tonight, because this is the most exciting thing that I have
Hey,
been going on, because I've done nothing this year. I mean, not today rather. I've done nothing today that really that resembles anything like I would normally have done.
no, I mean, this is our Black Friday for people who don't understand.
This is the exciting,
you know, I mean, when you work in retail, Black Friday is the busiest day of your life usually.
Mm-hmm.
So for reporters, for journalists, today is our Black Friday. Today's the day where you get very little sleep. The good news is you do go to some election parties and you can get some free libations and food.
Yes, the Asbury Park Press, when I worked there, they used to feed us, be it pizza or subs or both or something. That was always welcome. But and maybe we would have had something like that where I work now, but we haven't been to our office since March. We had a Zoom meeting today. That's as close as we got. And we didn't even talk about the election. We were talking about holiday deadlines coming up and what are we going to do to,
Wow. Well, what I always used to do is I would do the local election, and then we would go sometimes to the county or state races. But then we would go to the congressionals, and they were usually really, really good about feeding you. They had carving stations and alcohol and all this other stuff. And
yeah.
That was always good.
Back in the day, you'd get fed better when you went to the losers' party.
Yeah, well, yeah, because not that many people were there.
Exactly. And you were like, and you made them feel good by eating some of it, because the attitude was, hey, we paid for this. By all means, eat and take some home.
Exactly. And you make so much money as a journalist. Just
yes,
So free food every once in a while and a free drink is much greatly appreciated, because
absolutely.
Because that's the way it is, sadly.
My reputation, I've never turned down a cookie sandwich or anything for that matter. Be it salad, cookies, candy, coffee.
Oh, I did work with someone at the Packet. One journalist who's, it's unethical and you can't. And, even if we went to cover like a gala, and they said, okay, yeah, you guys can eat, whatever you want. And he'd be like, oh, no, it's like, dude, if you're really going to, shift your story and put your credibility on the line for a free dinner,
yes,
you got some problems.
Yes.
I mean, I could go to these things. It's like, yeah, thank you for feeding me. And, if somebody gets caught with their hand in the cookie jar the next week, I'll write about it.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is.
The cookie that week, and then if they get their hand in the cookie jar. Well, plus there's a social aspect of it. We find out some things, just by sitting and literally breaking bread with other people, or and it gives us ideas for stories, or they alert us to things, especially in the community that we may not have known about, because people feel loosened up when they're sitting there, stuffing their face.
Well, plus, especially at the local level, but, not so much maybe journalists at higher levels, let's say.
Right.
But on the local level, if you want to know your community and you're going to write effectively about your community, you've got to know these people.
Mm-hmm.
You have to know them. You have to understand why they are doing some of the things they're doing. And a lot of, journalists are scoff at that. It's like, oh, no, you're selling out. You shouldn't be too close to whatever. I mean, I used to have some really good conversations with Bill Baroni, but I'd also be the first one when Bridgegate happened to call him out.
Hmm.
So, it is what it is. As long as you're clear with everybody that you talk to or whatever, it's like, if you do something wrong, I'm going to be there.
Yeah.
It's really easy to get great press from me. Don't say or do anything stupid. If you do, I'll be there.
Exactly.
Bill Baroni found that out. It is what it is. And, our job is to report things to readers and give them as close to the truth as we possibly can get from all sides. But on the other hand, if I'm working, and we work a lot, or at least we used to before COVID, and you and I both know that we had, our share of 12, 14, 16-hour days.
Yeah, and it was just, when would you even have time to grab a bite here and there?
So if
the opportunity presented itself, it was usually, we didn't even care what the snack or whatever it was. If it was available while we were working, that was fantastic because we couldn't make the time to go out.
Exactly. And I think a lot of people get that confused. You have to get to know these people, and you have to understand, because otherwise you're not going to understand the hidden agendas and the things that really do matter behind the scenes. Once you get to know the people and you understand where they're coming from and what they're trying to accomplish, then you can see a lot of reading. But you can do a lot of reading between the lines on things that most other people can't do. And that's important. That's important to us being able to do our job and function correctly. As long as everybody's clear on where you are. That's it. Don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. Because I will call you out.
I heard that expression the other day too. I hadn't heard that for years, and then in 2 days I've heard it twice.
Okay, so let's see. I got to get out of this. And so what we're going to do is we're going to, let's see if we're just waiting for Nicole to pop on, and then we can start officially. Okay, she's home and getting ready, so she should be popping in pretty soon. As soon as she does, we'll get her video lined up, and then we'll start. We have 4 minutes to go. And the reason I say that is because I do have a really cool opening that I'm going to play a couple times during the night, and that I designed for this. And let's get a count so far on what's going on with Mr. Trump. Let's get the newest numbers we can. Election night. Wow. Biden's catching up. Almost 500,000 votes counted, 496,238. Trump's got 278, 540, and Biden's got 209, 614. He was down. Oh, they just changed it again.
I think we're going to see back and forth, and we're going to see, one of them get in the lead for quite a while, and then some other states are going to come in. And
well, I think the red states are in flyover country.
Yeah.
So they're going to be the 8, 9 o'clock hours when a lot of Trump support's going to come in.
Mm-hmm.
Early, it's going to be New York and New Jersey, states in the Northeast, which are primarily going to be blue. So the numbers are going to look really good for Biden. And then later, when California comes in, of course, if that's red, I'll eat my hat.
Yeah.
It has never been red. I think it may have been. I think it voted for Reagan, didn't it? Because he had a landslide where he had 49 states or something.
Yeah, he was extremely popular.
Okay, so the breakdown is 43% to 57% in favor of Trump. Trump with 284,494 votes. Biden with 211,665 as of right now, with about 500,000 votes counted. Just over. So that's interesting. That's an interesting early return. I was surprised to see Trump up very early by that much. It was very surprising.
Yeah, it's going to be touch and go all night into tomorrow.
There was an interesting one of the polling folks who's actually predicting a massive Trump win. They used a different methodology, and I thought it was really interesting. And what it was, instead of asking people, who are you going to vote for? They asked them, who do most of your friends support? Now, the reason I think that's crucial is because in today's climate, if you say straight up you're voting for Trump, you tell somebody that, you risk getting cancel culture, losing your job. Some people have their bank accounts. Banks don't want to do business with them. Some people have been punched. One guy was shot to death. And so, I mean, the guy went out hunting him, literally. We got a Trump supporter over here and put two bullets in his chest.
Oh, God.
You didn't hear about that? That was out in, was it Michigan or Wisconsin? Or maybe it was Portland. But the federal marshals went to arrest the guy, and he pulled a gun on them, so they shot him to death. But yeah, it was.
I think I can hear about that now that you mentioned.
But a lot of people, I think, are very scared to say that they support Trump, even if they do. And I think that may be why the polls are saying what the polls are saying. Because the other thing is, again, do you believe your own eyes and your own ears? And you look at the thing in Butler, Pennsylvania, over the weekend. 57,000 people. Hi, Nicole.
Hey, Nicole.
Oh, how are you?
How you doing?
Hanging in there. How about you?
All right. Little chillier around here, but then again, you and I share the same state, so
That's right. So it is cold these days.
Charlie's the lucky one.
Okay, well, this is good. This will work. All right, good. The camera automatically switches between the two of you, depending on who's speaking. So that's good. I don't have to worry about making a third little boxy thing, which is really good.
To be technical about it.
Okay, so it's 7:01 p.m. So what we're going to do is, everybody take a breath. I'm going to start out with our opening graphic and do a welcome, and then we will all come in and we can start conversing about the events of the day. And we'll conversating. And we have a lot of we have some early numbers. And Nicole, we'll bring you up to speed. Bob and I have been talking about it a little bit. We are live on the radio, Live 365, and we are already live on Facebook. It's just a matter of now we're also live on YouTube. So we're just going to start the show, and we're going to get this thing going. So hang on, everybody. Where's my set this up?
That's better, I think.
Okay.
I wish I had one of those fancy backdrops.
I know, right?
Every time I try to put one of those on, it just envelops me. It doesn't. So either I'm doing something wrong, or the backdrops that I'm using, are not conducive to. So it's
You get lost in the flag.
It'll be the boring living room backdrop.
Hey, I mean, that's fine. You got the boring kitchen behind me, so we're good.
In case
Music Talk.
the speakers come in,
Okay, welcome everybody. Here's our live election coverage. We're on Live 365, the Grill Online Radio. We are on Facebook and we are on YouTube. This is election night 2020, and we are here. We have reporter Charles W. Kim, and we also have with us journalist Bob Bossler from New Jersey, and we are also joined by our co-host Nicole M. Wells, and she is also in Jersey. How's it going, guys?
Going great for our Super Bowl of elections tonight.
Yes. Everybody buckle your seatbelts. It's about to get bumpy.
It's like we said earlier, you gotta have your popcorn and your beverage ready to go,
Yep.
because this is gonna be quite a night.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, so let's get right into this because there are some early numbers coming in. Bob and I have been talking about them, but I want to share them with you, Nicole. And as soon as we get there we go.
I'm looking at the AP map right now, and it's fascinating seeing the states Trump is leading in. Very
Yeah.
interesting watching it come in. Like
Yeah. So, all right. So, here are the numbers as of right now. So Trump is up 494 votes, 57%, to Biden's 211,665. And this is the percentage of the national vote. Of course, states at this point have not yet been awarded anywhere. So that's where we're at. Thoughts, guys?
Well, I also heard today about the importance of the foreign votes, the military votes that, from overseas, that they may play a more crucial role this year than ever before. So that's something to keep in mind.
Did they say about how many votes may be included in that?
No, but a definite greater percentage they were thinking might end up being
So Nicole,
being a crucial part, but nobody wants to say anything about the percentages.
Of course not, because the polls are always right, as we saw famously in 2016 and this year even. I don't know a person out there who believes the polls. I haven't talked to anybody that says, "Oh yeah, I'm totally confident in those polls." Most people are like, those polls have absolutely no idea what's going on. So
like the weather forecast, yes.
Yeah, basically. It's the only two professions you can be wrong like 98% of the time and still keep your job. It's amazing.
okay. According to we are working tonight with the Election Night Integrity Project, which also works with the Associated Press electoral counting, and as of right now, according to that, Kentucky has about 18% of the number of 2016 votes cast, 343,000 votes counted as of right now. They're the biggest state in the country right now of counted votes. Indiana has 9.2% of 2016 votes cast, about 250,000. 26, a big whopping 26 votes have been counted in New Hampshire.
All right.
Let's call it now. Let's just call it now.
About 2,300 votes have been cast at this moment in Virginia. As I'm mousing over, most of everybody else is 0-0. Florida, my state, 12% of 2016 votes are cast. Over 1 million votes already counted in Florida.
And he's leading in Florida too.
Yeah, I don't have the breakdown by state as of yet.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map from the AP of the live map for the election results as they're rolling in.
Okay.
And they're saying AP is saying he's leading Florida, Virginia, New Hampshire. So that's interesting.
The 26 votes are going all for Trump. Yeah.
I would not expect that. I wouldn't expect him to be leading in New Hampshire. That's surprising to me.
No. He made New Hampshire a show last time. He made it a race in 2016 in New Hampshire.
Well, that's true, but New Hampshire, I feel like it could go either way because it's so close to Maine and Vermont, and they're typically blue. Georgia he's leading in Georgia now, allegedly, according to AP.
Okay. Well, that's good. So you're monitoring that, and you keep us appraised of that.
Yep.
Got it too. Oh, this is looking very colorful. Yes.
Now,
you see it there, Bob?
Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch it.
Should somebody maybe send me the link for that so that we can maybe pull this up and share it with our viewers?
Well, I don't actually have a link. I went to Google and just typed in election results, hashtag election 2020, and that's where it comes up.
That's what I did too.
Election results?
And then hashtag election 2020. And you should be able to see the map.
Okay.
See it?
Talk amongst yourselves while I do this. Talk amongst yourselves.
So how's the weather by you, sir?
It's been kind of, well, we did have some sunshine, so that was something today. You know, as we get to forget what the sun looked like.
I know, it's been so gray.
So, but I was telling Charlie how unremarkable this election day has been as far as doing anything. Like I have not, I haven't, not that there was a whole lot you could do anyway, but I mean, there was nothing like I didn't even go to my polling station to see, who might be there. Or anything like that. I was expecting to, although I was busy yesterday with some things. Did a little story on how how people at one of our local libraries kept putting their ballot in the wrong place. They put the ballot, and it was a very small percentage, but still it was amusing that the librarians were finding ballots in the box, the book box return. And the reverse was true. I guess somebody, not that the librarians are allowed to look in the drop box for the ballots, but apparently somebody must have said, oh my gosh, I just dropped off my books in the wrong place and put them in the ballot box.
See, that's crazy to me because I mean, I dropped off my ballot at the ballot box and it's amazingly narrow how the thing pulls down to put your ballot in. So they must have checked out some really thin books because trying to get in there, like
we're in totally different places, like the one is in front of the building. Granted, senior community, it was Manchester Township. A lot of seniors there. Not that I'm disparaging seniors, but they might have been used to seeing it on the side of the building, and that's what the ballot drop box was. So what caught the attention of my boss was when he was returning one of the books for his children, happened to see a little sign on the book return saying, "This is not a drop box." So thought, hey, let's do a little goofy story on this and see what's happening. And would it be required that they would have to return the ballots to the Board of Elections, or could they do the logical thing and just put the ballots that were in the book drop in the ballot drop box, which would be the logical thing to do? But that's not how things work. But much to my surprise, the librarian, who was too afraid to give me her name, said that the election, the Board of Election representative had told them that they could, in fact, just simply take it and put it in the drop box. So that was reassuring.
Okay, so is this the graphic you were talking about?
Yes. Yep.
Okay,
that's it.
So this is from the Associated Press, and they are calling with 344,000 votes counted. 15.39% of precincts reporting, and Donald Trump up 54 to Joe Biden's 43%. They are calling Kentucky for President Trump.
The first state to call?
Not the first state, but let's see, Kentucky,
Vermont too.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Interesting.
Which is interesting because if you look at it, it says 0% reported, but they're calling it. So I don't know.
Vermont, let's see, Biden is category K. Three whopping electoral votes for Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
And so that gives us, there's our graphic again. It's not going to work that way. Okay. We have to bring this down just a little bit. That's good. That'll work. Look at that. We look all professional and everything with that, right?
Yeah.
Where's the map, Charlie? Because I'm not seeing it.
That's because I have that on the bottom. I have to.
Oh, okay. Oh, there it is.
Here we go.
So the other interesting thing about this, okay, is Indiana right now is Donald Trump 65 to 32%, with about 8% of the districts reporting. Virginia 53 to 46, but that's only 0.04% reporting. Less than 1% reporting in Florida, and Trump is up 55 to 44%. New Hampshire, 61 to 38. He was a lot closer last time in New Hampshire. That race with Clinton was a lot closer than. I mean, there's only 0.5% of the precincts reporting. But.
I was going to say there's only 1% reporting right now, so it could get closer.
Yeah, it could go in either way.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're joining us on either of any of our streams, either on YouTube, on Facebook, or on Live 365, the Grill Online Radio, let us know. There's chats, there's comments. We'll keep our eye on them during the night. Make sure you share this link. Subscribe. Hit the notification bell. But the best thing you can do to help us out, if you enjoy the show tonight and you like what we're doing, make sure that you share this video with literally everyone you know on Twitter, Parler, Minds, Instagram, your social media, and let's bring everybody here and we'll enjoy this. So we're off to the early results of starting to come in. Kentucky has been called for Trump. Vermont, no surprise there really. Joe Biden. New Hampshire, early on is in play. Indiana is leaning toward Trump. Virginia and Florida at this point early on are leading to Trump. And these are some of the states that the polls closed at 7 o'clock, 16 minutes ago. Any big surprises, guys, or is this pretty much the way you figured it was going to fall?
I didn't know what to expect this year.
Yeah, I think that's the theme of 2020, basically. Expect the unexpected, you know? I'm kind of surprised about Virginia because lately it's been leaning very much towards the blue side of things. So I am surprised that he's leading in Virginia.
Yeah, Virginia, I think, their suburbs are very heavily blue.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that, I mean, the rural areas are very red, but you have so many people in those population centers in the cities that it's definitely turning, much more purple, if not blue.
Right.
So I'm surprised.
I was telling Bob earlier, there was a poll that came out, and the methodology on the poll was different than most polls. Mm-hmm. And this particular one had a very high percentage people thinking that Trump was going to win. And what it was instead of asking the voter, who do you intend to vote for? What they asked was, who do most of your friends support for president? And with that questioning, instead of the person having to answer for themselves, which they may or may not tell the truth with,
mm-hmm.
when you say, well, most of your friends, who do you think they're going to be voting with? It came out with Trump, huge victory, a landslide,
mm-hmm.
like a 91% Trump thing. I mean, as of tonight, right before we went on the air, to give you a for instance, most of the pundits were calling as far as the election goes, 80% for Biden, and 80% that the Democrats would keep the House and take over the Senate.
Yeah, I heard those numbers too.
I mean, that's pretty big. 80%. That's a pretty big. I want to say a pretty big guess.
I mean, but like to me, they just run the risk of, showing up embarrassing themselves again with egg all over their face, just like in 2016. I mean, what was her lead at that point? 98, according to the polls, or some nonsense like that. I mean, and it came out to nothing, So I just, to me, coming out with such numbers like that, I don't know anybody that has confidence in those numbers. Probably not even the person who put them together.
Yeah, I would be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the Vegas odds seem to be 50-1 for against Trump. That he has a chance in 50. So.
Wow.
But then again, we're talking a casino, so.
This is true. Oh, Charlie, Florida's flipped according to AP.
Florida's flipping. 20 minutes in, we already got some drama. Florida.
We have some drama here. So Florida, 48% reporting, 51.3% for Biden, 47.9% for Trump.
Ooh, what's the percentage reporting?
48%. It's like 200,000 votes. It's like a razor thin lead Biden has.
Let's see.
As we know.
I don't know. I'm okay. 51 to, well, it's 47.9. That's like 48. Yeah. So figure 51, 48, 3 points.
Mm-hmm.
But where are those votes? Where are those things coming from? Is what I'd like.
Where are what things coming from?
Where are those votes being counted coming from? Are they coming from Miami-Dade? Or are they coming from the Panhandle? That's a huge. Well, the Panhandle is actually in a separate time zone.
Yeah, but they're not
the Panhandle polls are not going to close for another 50 minutes yet.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they're not going to tell you that. So I have no idea.
Well, we know they can't be hanging chads this time. So.
Amen.
Okay, well, in the
we won't have that drama. We'll have.
All right, well, I'm going to have something to report here in a second.
Also got a little bit of drama going on in Georgia. Trump was leading in Georgia, and now Biden's leading in Georgia with only 4% reporting. So that's interesting.
See, that's what I was expecting. If I was expecting anything at all, is that it's going to come in waves, ups and downs, and things could flip back, and
Yeah.
Okay, well, I have national vote stuff to report, and I'm going to put that into the graphic right now.
So from what I thought I heard is that the Trump states would come in later, and that Biden's would come in first. Maybe I misheard, but that's.
Say it again. The Trump what?
That Trump's states would be later in the night.
Oh, okay.
Would be early. That's what I believe I heard. So.
Well, okay. yeah, but you have the Northeast, which is primarily blue. Flyover country, which is primarily Trump country, with the exception of like Chicago and stuff like that. That all comes in the 8 o'clock hour, 8 to 9 hour.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to keep our eyes on that. So the popular vote right now, Biden is up over Trump 51.49%, a 3.7 million to 3.6.
See, that's kind of what I expected in the popular vote. I mean, when you talk to people, the country is just so evenly divided in terms of liberal versus conservative, that I'm not surprised that it's so thin a margin between popular vote numbers. That's kind of what I was expecting.
In Florida, of that number that we were looking at, 67% of the votes in 2016 have been counted. So more than half.
Okay.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Well, right now they've got it up to 53% reporting. Trump's at 48%, Biden's at 51.3.
Okay, well, Miami-Dade is already over 103% of the votes cast in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't, over 1 million votes have been cast there. Hendry County is 89%. Lee County is 100% of the 2016. Charlotte, 102%. 98% in Sarasota. Highlands is 87. Hillsborough, 100. 92% in Pinellas. Osceola is 101. Orange County only 50% of the vote in 2016. 113 in Lake. But it looks like Miami and Broward 100%. So that's interesting. Those are the I want to say those are the Biden country city dwellers. Miami, Fort Lauderdale, in those counties. So yeah, if you look at it, and I'll show you this real quick. Where's my bottom? There it is. Let's bring up this graphic a little bit, and this shows you the breakdown right now in Florida.
Okay.
So, like I said, Miami-Dade and Broward,
Mm-hmm.
Hendry, Lee. You can see the Democrats. Let's in Miami-Dade. Let's see. I got to get this up a little bit here. Miami-Dade, Democrat, 54%, about 500,000 Democrats. Very close though with the Republicans, 548 to 457. 548,000, 457,000. Others about 5,000. 600,000 votes were cast by Democrats in 2016. Only 300, and by comparison, only 334,000 around votes were Republican. So Republicans are way overperforming in the turnout by over 100,000, and the Democrats are underperforming by about 80,000 in Miami-Dade.
Mm-hmm.
That would be interesting. In Broward is the Democrats have overperformed their 2016 rate, and the Republicans have overperformed 2016.
That's not shocking, considering most people in this election are kind of viewing it in, apocalyptic terms. You have people saying, this must happen, or, life will not continue as we know it. So, and both sides are saying that. So you have, all of these people thinking that, they must get out and vote, or life as they know it is not going to continue. So yeah, that's not surprising that they're overperforming like that.
Well, what's surprising to me is not so much that they're overperforming, but they're overperforming by a lot.
Well, they're scared.
Right.
I mean,
but the turnout in 2016 was not chicken feed.
No, it wasn't. But I think that after people have seen term one of Trump, whether you love him or you hate him, you've seen what he did in term one, so you either want it to continue or you want it to go away. So that I think is the additional motivation you're seeing, is people saying, we have to get rid of him, or, he needs to stay, we need to get him back in office. So that to me accounts for, the performance numbers.
Plus, we're doing this in the first ever pandemic, just to add an extra From.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But and here's again the numbers from the election night project here. With this, I don't even necessarily need my funky graphic. Or maybe we might still use that for electoral votes. I don't know. But on the
It's
national,
fun.
Trump is down by about 100,000 votes. Oh, this is just Florida. This is just Florida that we're looking at right now.
Mhm.
I want to go back to.
It's funny. I ran into a number of people up here. You were just talking about the Electoral College, Charlie. And I ran into, a good 3, 4, 5 people up here that I talked to that were saying that they've never voted. And these are like, ranging in age from, late 30s to, late 50s people. And I'm just like, and I didn't say anything, but I'm just looking at them like, how could you possibly say you've never voted? To me, that's just absolutely astonishing that these people have never voted, because they're like, oh, my vote doesn't count anyway because, the Electoral College decides it and da 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 da. And I'm like,
You know how it works.
I'm like, this is the case for civics in American schools, people. I know we ditched it like 50 years ago, but come on. It was very frightening.
Well, I had to go out to the drop-off boxes and randomly talk to people. It wasn't a very scientific, survey. It wasn't supposed to be. It was just, random. And I did not ask them who they voted for.
Mm-hmm.
Several were very willing to tell me anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But remember where I work, I'm in very bright red Ocean County in very bright blue New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
So remember that. So because Ocean County is not symbolic of most of the state, but
Yeah.
there was at least 2 of that 8 or so, that were clearly, I believe one directly said it for Biden. Everybody agreed that they were, this was a no-brainer question, going to be happy when the election cycle was over.
Yeah.
That I expected. That was sort of the joke question to ask people. As to whether they trusted the system, I'd say less than half said they were comfortable with how it was going. Now, some outright didn't like, the system because they felt it wasn't trustworthy. Others were just against it because they didn't like the idea of not going to their polling center. And there were polling centers here, but they just didn't, feel safe to go. But at the same time, they resented the fact that there was going to be so few polling centers within their area. Those I talked to ranged from 70s to 60s to 30s, so I think I got a smattering of all the age groups. Ranged from, so it was interesting, but most people did not, prefer this system.
This system is like, just a little personal vignette here. So I didn't receive my ballot in the mail. So, of course I had to schlep down, to Trenton, because it's such a lovely place to go. And, had to sign an affidavit saying, I didn't receive my ballot in the mail. I won't be voting twice. And then I had to fill that out. But just seeing the amount of people streaming through that courthouse in Trenton to get their ballots, every other person was coming in saying, I didn't get my ballot in the mail. I didn't get my ballot in the mail. To me, that's a frightening amount of people. This is a disaster in New Jersey, the way this election's been conducted. If this many people are not getting their ballots in the mail, to me, that I don't have a whole lot of faith in the integrity of the system,
Well, I heard that in, friends of ours in Middlesex who
Mhm.
voted early said that they got a little postcard confirming their receipt. Confirming their ballot. We did not get that, and I voted. Of course, I didn't vote Dropbox. I didn't vote through the mail, and I didn't vote through going to a polling center. I did like the third option, which was they had set up a kind of a polling processing center that you could just hand your ballot over to the election workers. They had set this up in one of the county buildings, and I found out you couldn't drop off anybody else's ballot and because you had to present your ID and you had to go in with your mask and everything. And they had
Mhm.
screens and shields up, to sanitize everything. And while I did not get a I voted sticker, I did get a free pen. So being a reporter who always needs pens, I took it.
Yep. Little victories, right?
And that wasn't generosity. They just was like, once you touched it, we don't want,
Yeah.
it's already filled out. I
Take
don't.
your germs with you and get out, peasant. Like
And I told Charlie this. I had made the mistake thinking, well, if I'm handing it over to them, I could just give them the regular packet, which was sealed with the
Mhm.
on it. They wouldn't need the actual envelope. Well, wrong. They wanted the envelope, so I had to leave the center. And she said, "Oh my gosh, I'm glad I didn't touch that, because if I touched it, that means you wouldn't be able to use it, or it wouldn't have counted,
Wow.
and I would have to fill out a whole other one." So.
Wow.
So I had to go to the parking lot, get my envelope, bring it back, show it to them, and pop it in and hand it to them.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't get my little receipt, so
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't get a receipt, and the funny thing is, I called the Board of Elections and I said, "Listen, everyone else in my household got their ballot. Where is my ballot?" Like, and they were like, "Oh, well, we mailed it out on October 5th," and I'm like, "Well, that's great, but I didn't get it. So who'd you mail it to?" Because so now I have to take time out of my schedule to schlep down to an unsafe city, to a dump of a city to come, find parking and then schlep up the road to the courthouse just to get a ballot because you people can't get it together and run this election properly. It was just so frustrating. I was just like, I can't with this. You're lucky I care enough to do this. There's a lot of people who don't.
You couldn't have done that at your own county, either the election board or the county clerk in your county?
Well, the county clerk is in the courthouse in Trenton.
Oh, I see. I forgot.
Yeah, so I had to go downtown to Trenton to do that. But I'm like, this is just ridiculous that you allegedly can tell me when you mailed it. Why don't you have little trackers on them telling me where it is? That'd be great. Like,
Yeah.
So
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Frightening. Yeah.
It is, yeah. It's very frightening. I mean, this is how we're running the election. So here we go.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Well, it is what it is now. South Carolina, Georgia, right now is Biden's up 51 to 47%, and that's a must-win, I think, for Trump. 1% reporting in South Carolina. Trump is up 71 to 27%.
They called West Virginia.
West Virginia, they've called with 0% reporting. And they call for Donald Trump.
I'm wondering how they get away with that. I really with no numbers to work with. How are you calling that?
That I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I do know. I shouldn't say that. But basically, what they do is they take a look at in each precinct.
Mm-hmm.
You look at the percentages, and because usually what happens in an election with a state, there's a history. And usually, the trends can be different by a few points. But for instance, once you get over 50% of the vote, if the state has been trending 49 to 51%, that's kind of the way the rest of the votes that you're going to count tend to fall within a couple points of that. So what they can do is even at 30%, if it looks like somebody's 72 to 27%, then there's kind of no way, even if all the other votes go the other way, that they're going to make it up.
So here's my question then. Take your little mouse and mouse over to Virginia, which they've called for Biden. Tell me how that makes sense. How does that make sense?
Wait a minute. They've
Thank you.
they've called Virginia for Biden. Now
Thank you.
this really doesn't make sense. Okay. They with 4% reporting,
Mm-hmm.
Trump is leading almost 70 to 30%.
Yeah.
123,000. Oh, here comes Joe. Okay. 8% reporting it's 52 to 45 now. It's a
Well,
difference
see,
of 20,000 votes.
but like to me, I mean, 45 and 52, that's close enough where I wouldn't call it if I were them.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I do.
And that's only 8% reporting. So I don't get how they're calling that already. But okay. I mean, I would put that as like leading, but I wouldn't call that yet. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Leading, but yeah.
yeah. Whatever. I'm not running that map.
Okay, so right now Biden is up in the Electoral College race to 270 by 16 to 13 votes.
Mm-hmm.
So, Florida. 69% of Florida is supposedly reporting, and it's tightening, though. It is tightening. 50.5 to 48.3.
Mm-hmm.
200,000 votes separate them.
Yep.
In Georgia, 5% reporting. It's a virtual dead heat. About 500 votes separating Biden up by about 500 votes over Trump at this point.
Yeah.
With about 250,000. So, wow.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a very tight race in a lot of places.
And here I was wondering, during all this time that we have tonight, how we would fill it with all of us talking. I think that we're figuring out a way with the way the races are lining up, with the way the Associated Press is, they are getting the results out. I think the polls have been closed now only 41 minutes in the East. They are doing a pretty good job of getting numbers out to work with for people.
No, I think so too. For me, being in Jersey, and I don't know if you had the same thought, Bob, but I was just concerned because, the whole vote by mail deal, I wasn't sure that we would actually have, numbers really to work with that we could feel comfortable going with tonight. But again, I tend to forget that the rest of the country is not being run the way Jersey is. So most people actually went to their polling place to vote, across the United States. So I forgot that, most places will actually have, numbers tonight as opposed to, waiting.
Yeah, I kind of felt the same way. I kind of forgot that being in our little bubble.
Yeah. I was like, how are we going to know?
I'm in two bubbles,
Yep.
So what about anything about the early incoming results here, Bob, you find noteworthy?
Like Nicole, I'm just surprised we're seeing so many so quickly. And the abundance of, I knew a lot of people were going to be have taken part in this, but I just was surprised to see the numbers as high as they were in certain areas.
Oh wow, Trump is back on top in Georgia by like 600,000 votes, or 600 votes. Excuse me. Yeah, 600 votes is separating him and Biden in Georgia. That's crazy.
I'm wondering if Biden's lack of, doing as many rallies, going out to campaign in person, helped or hurt him, and vice versa for Trump. Because Trump was at something even today, and he's really been going out to different spots, whereas Biden did not. And I don't know if that, strategy, in any other year that would have been a plus. I don't know if this year, given the pandemic and everything, I don't know.
Well, I think for Biden, I think it's a good thing that he stayed in his basement. I think that he's a gaffe king. He just had two gaffes on Saturday, where he's going to mobilize Trump pressure, whatever that was, and him and blah 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 care. He nonsensical. And he made those two gaffes on Saturday alone. So I think that the campaign's like, let's keep Uncle Joe as locked up as we can because we don't want him to screw it up any more than he already has. But
Yeah. I mean, you can't really say but so many of those things before people really question,
well,
do you actually have it together?
these were really bizarre. These are really bizarre. I don't think I don't have a video clip of them, but they're.
I'm sure they're out there somewhere.
Yeah, and I mean, everybody went crazy when Trump tweeted out Covfefe.
Yeah,
and that actually Wikipedia created a listing for it. You can look it up.
I didn't know that.
You can look it up. All right. Now Biden says we're going to mobilize whatever that was, and nobody says anything about it. They don't make fun of him about it. I mean, those people against Biden do, but the media basically is silent on him with these nonsensical words that don't mean anything. He might as well said, "Yeah, we're gonna mobilize supercalifragilisticexpialidocious," Tucker Carlson tore him up last night over it.
Oh, did he? I missed that.
Yeah, and but to answer your question, Bob, I think that's why they're probably happier to keep him.
I figured it could go both ways. Either way.
Well, I think somebody else said this. I think it was Ben Shapiro that with Trump, pretty much all of his verbal stuff now is kind of baked into the cake.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that Trump is who Trump is. And I mean, those of us that have seen Trump around for 30 or 40 years, yeah, I mean, this is who Donald Trump kind of has been. It's not like anything new there. But with Biden, a lot of folks are questioning his fitness to be president. Is he suffering from? I mean, he doesn't, to me, sound like the Joe Biden that I've known over the history of the time I've been, covering politics, going back to when he was running the Clarence Thomas hearings for the Supreme Court back under Bush Sr. And I was always kind of a fan of Biden. I always thought he was kind of a straight talker, which got him into trouble time and time again. But at least you could respect him because he would say the quiet things out loud.
Yeah.
It's like we said during the debate. Yeah, are you going to get rid of the oil industry? Yeah, we're going to transition away from it. We're going to eliminate it. And Trump's like, are you hearing this, Pennsylvania? Are you hearing this? Michigan?
Because those are very real, considerations for people who work in those industries. I mean, you can't just tell them, yep, we're doing away with it. Sorry, guys, you're screwed. Like, who's going to respond to that?
I hear that. Okay, guys, I got to run out for a minute and take a break. I will be back. You guys, Nicole, you got the con.
Okay. Well, it looks like Indiana, they just put on the map, 23% reporting. And it looks like Trump is leading 57.5% to Biden's 40.7%. So that's interesting. Georgia is just flip-flopping back and forth because it's like way too close to really stay one color for too very long. And it looks like North Carolina, they put on the map as well. They've got 1% reporting, and Trump is at 68.6% of the vote. Biden has 29.5 as of right now. So we're starting to get some colors. So let's see here. I would be really surprised though if Florida went blue. I mean, that would really shock the hell out of me. What do you think, Bob?
Yeah, I was thinking that it would be closer this time, but I was thinking that Trump would squeak through for Florida with Florida.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, I mean, it's so super close right now. They've got 78% reporting, and it's literally like Biden is at 49.9, Trump is at 49.2. Like it is so super close. I mean, that's crazy. Of course, it'll be Florida that we have to like, get the courts involved with. Like,
it always is.
it's like, come on, Florida, can't you guys get it together?
They are always the X factor.
Yep. But like you would think with like, because it's, the retirement capital of America, you would
Yeah.
think with like, more and more people moving in from outside of Florida, not like native Floridians, you would think that eventually they would get it together because there's enough like, imports that they would kind of straighten it all out.
Well, that's the funny thing they always say about Ocean County too, because we are the senior capital of the state,
Mm-hmm.
and we are bright red, and people point out the fact that all these people are imports from North Jersey, from heavily Democratic communities. So I don't know if we have water different here, or how the transformation happens. I don't know, but
Well, it's interesting that you say they're transplants from North Jersey because up where I am, Northwest Jersey in Passaic County, West Milford, this is a ruby red town. I mean, it's a very red area up here. It's literally like right next to Sussex, and Sussex is so red. So it might be that the people that are coming down there to your neck of the woods are coming from my neck of the woods.
well, I heard an interesting thing from a friend of mine the other day who, and he's very bright blue, but said that Middlesex is actually, I think it flipped and went red recently, or
Did it really?
yeah,
Wow.
few years perhaps. I was like, really,
Wow. Yeah, I hadn't heard that. That's crazy because when Charlie and I were covering, at least South Brunswick, which seemed pretty representative of Middlesex. I mean, that was a solid blue, solid Democratic town. If you were Republican in there, you got nowhere.
unless they meant the town of Middlesex. I don't.
Could be, yeah, Middlesex borough could be, but I mean, even still, like that would be surprising, that.
Because I used to live in Edison, so I mean, it definitely was
Hmm.
Democrat. So
Yeah. I mean, it's surprising to me being up here, being from Central Jersey. It's surprising to me being up here because it's like a whole nother culture. I'm so used to being in Central Jersey where it's bright blue, like most other areas of the state, that when you're in, a ruby red area, you're like, what is this? Are we in the same state? Like,
yeah.
did we cross a border somewhere? Because this does not seem like New Jersey.
Well, Ocean County is definitely, different. It is the Trump capital of the state,
Shore towns always are kind of different, but I didn't expect that. I don't really follow, the shore that much because, I'm all the way
There
up
was
here
a
now
Biden
and
rally. There was two Biden rallies in South Toms River.
okay.
Um, and for them, they had respectable numbers of, they said 30 people showed up, maybe both times. I can't vouch for the second time because I didn't go, and I really wasn't assigned to cover the first one, but I was on my way back from a different assignment, so I just passed by and spoke to a few of the people there.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I think it was still September at that time, so no, maybe it was October, but it was nice out, so I stopped by. But then a week or so later, they had one of the first road parades. One they had in Monmouth, and one they had in Ocean County, and it was huge. Filled a parking lot of the BJ's parking lot, and then they went, cruising around 37, and then around Hooper Avenue into Brick, and
Mhm.
sections, and that seemed fine. I think this past week, the whole incident in Homedale where, where the parkway was shut down, that I didn't think was very cool. You know,
Mhm.
you don't protest, a rally or protest should not, in my opinion, include a shutdown of a road or a highway,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know.
No, agreed.
That I think would work against them, if I was one of the,
Mhm.
if I had,
Yeah.
and there was people on the road that kept me in the street, in the highway for a few hours, I think I would be a little ticked off.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I think so as well. I was surprised actually because there's been a number of those kind of, road rally kind of things in the state. I was surprised just by just how many there were. I've heard of them kind of
Yeah.
all over the place. And that's kind of a new thing. You didn't really see that too much like the first go around in 2016, you know?
Yeah, and also the boat parades.
Yes.
We're in Florida. They were definitely. We had two in New Jersey. Uh,
Mhm.
and went walking in the middle of the bridge and took my life in my hands on the side of the bridge. I never thought I felt maybe, and as I'm growing older, I'm feeling a little bit more, less daring because I remember clutching this into the railing, because of all the speeding cars going in the opposite direction, like creating a wind. I thought I was going to get sucked into the middle of the road, but and to take the picture,
Yeah, right? The
it's,
all
it's
important picture.
impressive. All these boats in the water, uh,
Mhm.
with one cardboard, with a cardboard Trump in there, and
Oh,
and
was there really?
yeah, and it was funny because I could have been in any spot on the bridge, but thankfully I was in the one spot to get a good shot of the boat with my little dinky camera that I used way back when, Charlie and I worked for the same company. Um,
Mhm.
and it zoomed in, and I said, for God's sakes, please use that picture because I thought I would die getting it. I have the only picture of, of President Trump being on the boat. Okay, he's cardboard, but that doesn't matter.
Hey, I mean, his image was there. Nobody needs to know it wasn't actually him.
That- us media types, so
Yeah, true.
I did use the picture, and it was, it was cute.
Very cool.
So
So it sounds like some fun election assignments.
yeah, yeah, and the interesting thing of covering some of those rallies, again, I felt a little cheated. I didn't get to go to a Biden one, but the Trump one on the boardwalk wasn't even really like, it wasn't organized. It was sort of like, show up on the board, show your colors. And when I was on the boardwalk, this was after the boat parade, but before the road parade.
Mhm.
And I walked up, and was checking things out and saw people carrying flags and in their shirts and their hats and everything, and said, well, who's in charge? And they're like, we don't know. we just saw it on Facebook, and people of all different ages. And as I'm, you know, talking to people and taking pictures, I'm, the center point because all of a sudden everybody's like, what's going on? So they all flock around
Yeah.
here and they're asking me, are you in charge? What do we do? If there's speeches, do we go on stage? I'm like,
Your guess is as good as mine.
it became spontaneous because they did have some a councilman from South Thames River, which was ironic because South Thames River was the focal point for Biden's rally. A couple months
Mhm.
later, he decided, hey, we're gonna go. I'm not in charge, but since nobody is, we're gonna do something, and we're gonna go to the one end of the boardwalk and then turn back. So, and that's what they did, and there was cheering, there was music, you know.
Spontaneity for the win.
And even the spectators, because what they stopped at the because of the coronavirus, they had to eat outside, and there's a Mexican restaurant up there, so they had the tables outside. And somebody stopped one of the parade people and said, "Thank you for doing this." On the flip side, I overheard someone that was at a, at a shop there saying, kind of booing them. So I got to talk to her so to balance it out, and she was like,
Mhm.
gave me all the reasons why she was not going to be voted for Trump. So,
Well, good. You got the balance in your story.
it for a very, fun evening of seeing, both sides and what they were doing, and it wasn't really a lot of political activity. While there was a councilman there, he just said, "Let's go that way." I mean, he didn't really, it wasn't an
Mhm.
organizer. It was mostly, people that just were like, "Okay, we're here. We're in our attire. We support this candidate, and we're going to do something on a Friday night or whenever it was."
Mhm.
So I thought those were always the, and a lot of the Black Lives Matter rallies were like that too. They weren't like really professionally organized. They were like, "Hey, we want to send out a message. We want to do it peacefully, and we want to, but we don't know who's going to show up. We're going to make our posters while we're here." And I think those were like the best ones because they were all spontaneous and
Mhm. Looks like they've called South Carolina with only 3% reporting. For Trump, 52.9% to Biden's 45.9%. Seems a little too close for me to be calling that at 3% reporting.
I'm wondering if they're going to have to, correct anything in the, how many are going to have to be
Adjusted.
adjusted
Yeah.
and ratherized,
I mean, Florida is so nail-bitingly close. 81% is reporting. Trump is at 49.6%. Biden is at 49.5%.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like eighth right now. Out of 9,700,000 votes, Florida is 4,814,833 for Trump. 4,800,000. Oh, it just changed again.
Yeah, no,
4,844,642 for Trump. 4,826,399 for Biden. So it's flipping again.
Oh, they just called a bunch of new states. We got Tennessee, we got Mississippi, Oklahoma, and Alabama all being called. And all of them have 0% reporting, but they're all calling them for Trump.
Trump right now is down, according to the Associated Press, 30 in the Electoral College.
Illinois got called for Biden with 0% reporting.
Well, again, these can change, folks. Don't get too freaked out yet. They can change, as we just saw what happened in Florida. Trump is up by 0.2%, 49.7 to 49.5.
Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland were all called for Biden.
For Biden, yeah.
With like 0% reporting in all of them.
Yeah, but they're no brainers. It's like, New York, yeah, that's gonna go.
Texas is leading red.
Surprised me,
How much though?
It's almost a dead heat because Trump is at 49.4, Biden's at 49.2.
Like 600 votes and change. 600 votes separate them right now with 5% reporting in Texas.
Yep. But it's so close because it's all those California people moving out of California and making Texas more or less purple as opposed to red or blue.
Yeah. Okay, what we have to do for our radio listeners, we have to get a commercial break in. So let me do that. You will be able to hear the commercial break, and you'll see the thing. But we have to remain quiet for the next 2 minutes or so while we get these breaks in. So everybody just hang on.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And at '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com, brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
And we're into our second hour of election night coverage 2020 with journalist Charles W. Kim and Nicole M. Wells and journalist Bob Bossler from New Jersey. A lot of stuff going on out there. We're going to try to break it all down for you. A bunch of new states are coming in. A bunch of states have been called, and there are some very, very, very close races here to report at this hour. So we are here, and hey, Nicole, Bob, we made it through the first hour.
We're doing all right. Keep on trucking.
Had a lot more to talk about than we thought.
Oh, yeah. So there's a lot going on. A lot of states are being called. Oklahoma's being called for Trump. He's behind right now in the Electoral College, 55 to 85. But a lot of states in the Northeast came in for Biden, which is not unexpected. Vermont, New Hampshire is now apparently going into the Biden column, 3% reporting, and he is leading 62 to 36% in New Hampshire. Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland are all being called by the Associated Press for Joe Biden. South Carolina is being called for President Trump, 51 to 47%, with 5% reporting. Alabama is being called for Trump. Mississippi, Tennessee is being called for Trump, 1% reporting, 78 to 20%. West Virginia, 50 to 47%. Indiana, 57%. Donald Trump is leading to Joe Biden's 41%. Illinois is called for Joe Biden. We don't have any hard numbers yet. Maine, no results yet. Vermont was called for Joe Biden. And Texas is now leaning blue, 53 to 45% for Joe Biden.
Like I said, purple Texas. But what I don't understand, though, about places like Texas, where they're getting a large influx of people from other states, liberal states, and Texas is historically, conservative state. What I don't understand is these people leave the places that they're from because of the disastrous policies. And then they go and vote in those same policies in the places that they've moved to, which is just going to perpetuate the cycle that they just left. So I don't really understand why that always seems to be the case. but that apparently is what's going on in Texas. So I don't get it. I really don't.
Well, Joe Rogan just moved there recently, and he now shares the same state with Alex Jones, and Rogan got in trouble for actually having Jones back on his program recently, and that was actually something they talked about, was that a lot of folks are moving from California and they're moving into Texas because of the better economic climate, but then they're bringing with them the same policies that led California to kind of fall in the dumpster.
Yeah, I don't get that. Like, why would you put in place people and policies that create the disastrous, economy that you just left? I don't get that. Why would you destroy your home again? You did it once.
I don't know. I truly don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
No, it really doesn't. That to me is a mystery. But Kansas is now leaning towards Trump with 1% reporting, 66.8% to 31.6%.
Yeah, with all of 2,000 votes being counted, though.
Well, listen, man. Nobody said we needed to just talk about the big wins, okay?
Michigan. This is a big one. 71.6 to 27.3 Biden in Michigan. Trump spent a lot of times there in the waning days of the campaign.
Yeah.
He went there
but again,
4 or 5
it's only
times.
1% reporting.
Yeah, but other states, it is what it is. But that's just Ohio, 56.7 to 42.2% Biden, 37% reporting in Ohio. Pennsylvania, oh boy. Now this is only 1% reporting. This could change. Pennsylvania went late last time before it was finally called, but at this moment, 1% reporting, 80.2% to 18.9% Biden.
Yeah, but that could also be that they've counted the cities first, like Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, et cetera. And those are very blue areas, so that wouldn't be surprising if that's how they're doing it.
Well, it looks like around Pittsburgh came in, and again,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's surprising because Pittsburgh's newspaper is they voted for they endorsed Trump for the first time in like years and years and years.
But that doesn't mean anything. Just because a newspaper endorsed somebody, who cares at this point, quite honestly? I mean, newspapers' endorsements used to be a big thing, but now with everybody being publishers themselves with their phones, I don't really think it means a whole lot if a newspaper endorsed somebody. I mean, you're not changing a whole lot of hearts and minds, in my opinion.
No, but Butler is around the Pittsburgh area, and that's where that 57,000 person crowd at his rally came from.
Well, are they all from that town, or did they come from other areas in Pennsylvania?
Well, they assume that they came from kind of the region around Pittsburgh, because Pennsylvania is a pretty big state.
Well, again, we assume, but we don't really know for sure. So.
Yeah, well, they weren't for sure on that, but
yeah.
But just the number, they thought would be.
I'm wondering if we're seeing, if Trump or Biden is carrying some other candidates as well. I wonder how it's working out for the more local candidates. Are we seeing blue wave?
I do have a thing on here. Let's just check this real quick. Down here we can look at I think somewhere. Let me get back to where it works. But we can look at here. Let's see. All right, nationally, Trump is up by about 200,000 votes, with 20 million counted.
Nationally for what? Popular vote?
Popular vote.
Okay.
But here's what I want to see is, all right, let's look at the Senate race. Democrats have picked up, according to this, 7 seats. Republicans have lost 1. So the race to 50 seats, and in the House, Republicans and Democrats both have 23 seats. I mean, the other thing to consider in tonight I mean, of course, everybody's concerned and trying to pay attention to the presidential race, but the House and Senate votes are just as important.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
And whether 538, Nate Silver at 538, not only did he have Biden right before we came on the air, as I told Bob, Nate Silver at 538 had Biden at 80% chance to win the presidency. He also has at 80% Democrats keeping the House and taking the Senate. So he's predicting an 80% Democratic, a blue sweep, a blue wave. And that was right before we came on the air.
I forget where it is, but I saw there's some bakery, it might be in Pennsylvania somewhere, but there's some bakery where they do presidential donuts every year during election cycles. So they made Biden donuts and they made Trump donuts, and the Trump donuts were outselling the Biden donuts 4-1. So,
well, I mean, this could also, the thing is that the assumption is that the majority of mail-in ballots are going to go blue, and that the majority of mail-in ballots already cast prior to Election Day were going to be for Biden.
Mm-hmm.
But that mail-in ballots, Election Day and after, the later ballots coming in could possibly go red. That the assumption that they're going to go blue probably wouldn't hold water, because more Republicans, but also the assumption was that more Republicans would actually get out and vote in person today than mail-in ballot.
Well, that's if they could. I mean, like here in Jersey, I mean, if you went to go cast your ballot, in person, all you were getting was a provisional ballot. And who knows if that would even get counted. It would get counted at the end, and who knows if they'd even count it. So, so for that reason, in Jersey, it really didn't make sense to cast your ballot in person. Your best bet was to fill out your vote by mail and either hand deliver it or put it in the drop box.
Wow, Texas leaning blue. That's scary.
Yeah, but I mean, it's 51-47, so that's not a whole lot, and it's only 23% reporting, so I'll have to wait and see that one.
Well, it's 816 in the East, and that's basically two sets of states where the polls have closed. Those that close at 7, those that close at 8. 9 o'clock may be a better picture, and as the other thing too is when we're looking at these states, even if they're being called by the Associated Press, what I consider early, is that this may be a lot of mail-in ballot count.
True, yeah.
And not so much the in-person voting today.
That's a good point, yeah. That's a good point, which is why they'd have numbers so early, because they've already gotten these ballots.
I mean, at this point in the night, to have 20 million votes counted is a lot.
That's kind of almost unheard of now.
Yeah, well, you figured there were only 120 some million votes cast in all of the 2016 election for both candidates.
Mm-hmm.
So right now we're sitting at 817, and already 21 million ballots have been counted nationally, which is what? That's like 1/5, maybe a little less than 1/5 of the total votes in 2016.
Okay.
But still, that's counted within the first hour and 17 minutes of the polls, first polls closing. Maine, 0% reporting, 87.5% to 12.5% Trump, but only 40 votes have been counted.
What does mixed allocation mean? If you look at Maine, there's an asterisk.
Maine, and I think was it Kansas? They actually distribute their electoral college votes, based on the percentage of how the vote goes. So you can, if you say Maine has 3 votes, right? Let's see how many
Yeah.
votes they have.
They have four.
They have 4. 3 go to the winner of the state, and 1 is decided by like the precincts or something. There's 1 voting district in Maine that does this.
Okay.
So you can split Maine 3-1, and I think it's either Kansas or Nebraska. They also do that. They have a mixed allocation.
Ooh, Texas, 24% reporting. Biden is at 49.4. Trump is at 49.2.
Less than 10,000 votes
Whoa.
separating them
That's crazy.
in Texas. Yeah, but that does not bode well for Trump. I don't think. If it's that tight in Texas,
I don't see that as being terribly related, because like I said, you have all these people pouring in from other states. That's just, to me, that just means that Texas is just turning purple because people are relocating.
Well, they may be turning purple, but I'm just saying it doesn't bode well. A solid red state like Texas turning, and it did go for, I believe it went for Trump in 2016, to be this close now, I don't think bodes well for Trump nationally in flyover country.
See, I don't agree with that. I just think, to me, that just comes off like that people are relocating and they're taking their disastrous policies with them from places like California and Portland, Oregon and other places like that have destroyed themselves and are now looking for other places to destroy. To me, that doesn't really indicate one thing or another in terms of the rest of flyover country.
Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how this plays out.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think that as we're looking at Kansas, leaning blue, 54.5% to 44.2% with 30% reporting. That is a red flag for Trump.
Yeah, but I mean, Oklahoma
Kansas.
is flyover country too, and he's leading there.
Dorothy and Toto, Kansas.
Yeah.
Is 10 points for Biden.
I'm not convinced by your argument, but you can keep at it. So
I think it's sad. I think that is a red flag for Trump.
No, I don't think so. Texas just flipped red.
40, yeah, but was it? Oh, now it's 1.2% difference. About
That's
a million
right.
vote difference. 25% reporting. Well, I'll tell you, tonight is definitely a horse race.
Missouri, 2% reporting, 61.2% for Trump, 37.8% for Biden.
Mississippi,
Michigan,
55%. Mississippi called for Trump, 55 to 43%. Alabama, 60. What? All right, 1%. Now, here's another one that makes
no sense. Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
it's only 2,000 votes. Oh, Texas just went back blue.
Michigan flipped red.
Texas just went blue again, 52 to 46%.
Okay.
Michigan.
So Michigan.
Now 12%. So that's 43. Yeah, 43, 55. That's 12% difference. 11, 12 points.
What I thought we would be seeing flip-flopping.
New Jersey.
Oh, please. Let's not even talk about New Jersey.
Hey, wait a minute now.
Oh, New Jersey's really close.
6% reporting. It's only a 6% deficit. You're talking about 16,000 votes.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So, boy, this is fun. This is like a video game. Mouse over the state. See, But yeah, this is quite a horse race tonight. We hope you're enjoying our coverage. We're here on Facebook Live. We got the sound fixed. Hope you're with us now. YouTube, we're there. And we're also on Live 365, The Grill Online Radio. Check us out. We're going to be doing some more live DJ streaming on there. We're going to be doing streaming on this channel with a bunch of different things. We're going to have some politics and news with Nicole and I with our What's Cooking podcast, which also, by the way, is available on Spotify, Anchor FM. Go there, subscribe to all these different wonderful things that we're doing. Subscribe, hit the notification bell. You can go on Anchor. You can actually subscribe, help support our work, and whatever you need to do. We really appreciate you joining us, and we hope you enjoy our coverage. And we'll keep going as the states keep flipping between blue and red. Michigan, though, I'm glad to see. I mean, Trump spent a lot of time there. I mean, I want to say that he was there probably 8 or 10 times. Because it seemed like every other rally that I was listening to on the radio, when I was going out and about doing things, I had Sirius XM and I was listening to Fox, and every other rally that Trump was having was in Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
And because he was telling the same stories about the campaign manager from Michigan who kept calling him saying, you got to come back, you got to come back. And he's promoting John James for the Senate in Michigan.
John James is a great candidate.
Trump is really pushing him in Michigan.
Yeah.
For the Senate.
He ran last time unsuccessfully. I'm really hoping he makes it in this time.
Okay, let's take a look at the Senate while we're at it. 51 needed for majority. Other parties have 2 seats. Democrats right now are leading 40-34. Well, look at this one, though. Again, only 6% reporting, but Cory Booker in New Jersey is only up 6% on Rick and Mehta, his Republican challenger.
Sounds good to me.
Interesting.
Keep it up.
But let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at Michigan. John James is, 3%, only 3% reporting, but he's up by about 32%. Or 32,000 votes. He's up by 19%. 58.6 to 39.8 over Gary Peters.
Yeah, I hope he makes it in, because last time he didn't make it in, but he ran a really great campaign. This time, hopefully, he makes it in.
8% reporting in the Senate race in South Carolina. Lindsey Graham right now is down 0.2%. He's down by about 1,000 votes, 107,000 to 106,000 to Jamie Harrison.
Wow.
Lindsey Graham was on Fox the other night, and he was actually seriously begging for money.
Yeah, I saw that.
And for somebody who's been in the Senate as long and as powerful nationally as Lindsey Graham is, again, that to me was a red flag that he was that openly begging for money.
Well, I mean, I think though too, like if you follow a lot of conservative voices on Twitter, they were talking for a long time about how Lindsey Graham talks a good game, when he's banging his fist and raising his voice and all, but he doesn't actually get anything done in terms of what conservatives want him to get done. So, everybody's like, yeah, you're great, Lindsey, you talk a good game, but you're a bunch of hot air. You don't actually do anything. So I'm not surprised really that, he was kind of hurting for cash, because there's a lot of conservatives out there that were done supporting him because he didn't really get anything done in their eyes.
Yeah, but he also, compared to some other Republicans in Congress, he also had Trump's back at a lot of points where Trump really needed somebody to have his back in Washington.
Yeah,
during the
but
impeachment
again,
and such.
From their perspective, he really didn't do a whole lot. So that's probably why he's hurting for cash, because they just didn't support it.
By the end of the night, he may be hurting for a lot more than cash.
Well, that may be. We'll just have to wait and see.
Okay, let's see how we're doing in the House. All right, the there's 218 for the majority. Now, the entire House is up. Only like 25 or 35 seats, I think, in the Senate are up. It's 1/3 of the Senate every couple years.
Mm-hmm.
But in the House, every 2 years, all seats are up. So let's take a look. And I'm really interested. No results yet from New Jersey. This only gives you the party breakdown. Let's see what we got. 2-1. Kentucky 4-0. Republicans. Tennessee 1-1. Florida 13 seats Republican, 11 Democrat. Texas 3-2. Democrats on top. And let's see, Vermont, 1 Democratic Party. Pennsylvania, well, they're saying leaning blue, but they don't have any numbers yet. California District 21. These are all we won't know. It'll be interesting to see if AOC and Pelosi and some of these people who are very high profile, if they somehow are able to hold their seats.
Yeah, that will be interesting.
What do you say, Bob?
I'm curious as to how, more locally my way, Congressman Chris Smith, who's been there forever from the 4th Congressional District. I'm wondering how he's doing.
We'll have to see when more results come in. Because it doesn't. I don't know if it breaks it. Let's see if we can get it to break down by. In New Jersey,
I'm pretty confident Andy Kim will probably prevail against David Richter.
First results expected. So the 5th is expected soon. 4th, you said. That's so. Chris Smith is running against Stephanie Schmid.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And in Independence, Andrew Pachuda, Michael Rufo, and Hank Schroeder. First results, Norcross, let's see. Yeah, Norcross is beating his Republican challenger, Claire Gustafson, 54 to 45%. Amy Kennedy. Now, this is an interesting one.
Mm.
Jeff Van Drew, the Democrat who switched sides to aid Trump during the impeachment and all that, and then got Trump's endorsement and came and he had a rally in Atlantic City and all that.
Mm-hmm.
He right now is down by two percentage points, 76,000 to 79,000, about 2,000 difference in the race in the second with 35% reporting. Democrat Amy Kennedy leads.
Not surprised there.
Let's see now. Let's also look at one of my old favorite. Of course, Bonnie Watson Coleman leads because the people of the 12th District in New Jersey are idiots.
This is true.
Yep, she's just the same way as she beat people in the past, about 70 to 20%. Disgrace for a congresswoman. Disgraceful. Yes, Bonnie, I'm talking to you. You're disgraceful. Not so biased or partisan, no. Albio Sires, no big surprise there. 81, he's beating his opponent 81 to 18.5% in District 8. In District 7, Malinowski is ahead of Tom Keene Jr., 57 to 42%. That's a big one. Our buddy up your way. No results in yet to see how Gottheimer's doing.
Oh, don't even get me started on Gottheimer. I can't with him. He's just so smarmy.
All right, let's see. Show all states.
It's gotten closer in Texas. Biden's at 50.6%. Trump's at 48.1%.
2.9 million to 3 million. So it's like 100,000 difference.
And if you look at the breakdown in like where the votes are in the state, it's all around the giant population centers, you know, like Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, that are the blue areas.
Yeah.
San Antonio. So that's interesting.
Still Kansas, 32%. And Biden is up by 10 points, by about 10 points. That is really interesting. It's only 6 electoral votes, but it's really interesting.
Florida is at 50.8% for Trump, 48.4% for Biden, with 88% reporting.
Just changed. Trump is up 50.8% to Biden's 48.4%.
That's what I just said.
No, it just changed by a percentage point.
That is what you just said, but okay.
Sure. All right. Well, but about 200,000 votes are separating them in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Ohio. Oh, Pennsylvania. 5% reporting. Biden is up 81 to 18% in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but look at the breakdown.
Yeah.
Because I looked at the breakdown, it's mostly Philadelphia, Pittsburgh.
There's some middle. I'm seeing some blue in the middle here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it would be interesting. I mean, I don't have it on me, but I think it would be very interesting to see those counties, what they voted in 16. I would imagine they were red from where they are. And if they're leaning blue this time.
Why would you imagine they were red?
Because except for Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, and I think Erie, almost the entire state was red. In the middle of the state was pretty solidly red. Scranton and the suburbs around Scranton were red. And that was a big surprise because they figured that would be all blue, and it wasn't. Of course, Clinton carried Pittsburgh. Of course, she carried Philadelphia. But in the suburbs around Philadelphia and in the middle of Pennsylvania, that was Trump country. And now we're seeing something very different.
Well, it is only 5%, so we'll have to wait and see.
Okay. Well, Trump is expanding his lead in Michigan, 58.8 to 39.3%.
See, there you go. And that's 7% reporting. There is hope.
There is hope. Oh, it depends. If you're from Biden, not so much. If you're for Trump, there is. Depending on who you're supporting here.
Well, that's obvious.
32%. And Trump is still leading in Virginia, and they still haven't called for Biden. He is up by almost 300,000 votes, and they're still calling it for Biden.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, that one is messed up.
North Carolina, 60% reporting in North Carolina, and Biden is up 52.8 to 46.1%. He is carrying a 6-point lead of about 200,000 votes in North Carolina. That's not great news for Trump. He carried North Carolina in 16. Oh, at least we have more than 20 votes in Maine now. There are 40 votes.
Yay!
1% reporting and 61.8 to 35.3% for President Trump. Wow. Wow. Okay. Oh, all right. So let's, while we're letting these things happen here, now the Trump is now 24 electoral college votes behind Biden as opposed to 30. So he is moving. He is catching up.
Mm-hmm.
But I did have a couple other things here I did want to bring up while we were all here. Because no matter how tonight comes out, the media over the last 4 years has definitely been in Biden's corner. And there is perhaps no better representation of that than a couple ditties that I did some research on. And one of them is, one of them I'll show you in a second here, is on immigration. Now, I want to ask you guys. I should have asked you before I showed you. Would you believe that Barack Obama, in his first term, deported 42% more people than Donald Trump?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe I heard that before. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at it, even if Trump were to go on pace, Obama is probably going to come out. He will have, over 8 years, if Trump wins the second term, and Trump goes along the way he has been in the first 4 years, he will have deported around 700,000 to 1 million less people than Barack Obama did. But when you look at this, Bob, what do you think about this compared to the narrative that was put out over the last 4 years?
Yeah, we never saw a comparison like that, before. We constantly hear
Orange Man bad.
Yeah.
The cages for the kids. The family separations started in 2014 after the Obama administration lost a court case because what they were doing is they were going into these centers and they were just throwing everybody, men, women, children, everybody all together in like these big gymnasium things. And the court came in and said, no, you have to separate, especially the kids from the other adults, because some of them are criminals. And the court recognized that in the case. So it was the Obama administration, like Trump said during one of the debates with Biden, okay, Joe, who built the cages?
Well, what I don't understand about that whole family separation deal is it really so hard? I mean, now that, coronavirus is going around and you have like this mass, testing effort going on, is it really so hard when these kids are coming over with these adults? Is it really so hard to swab their cheeks, both of them, test them, see if they're actually related to each other? If they're not, deport, the adults and figure out what to do with the kid. But it really isn't that hard to figure out if they're actually related at this point. I don't understand why that simply just wasn't done.
I don't get that either.
It's not like we don't have the capability to do it. It takes a cheek swab. It's really not hard. So, that to me is just, why didn't we just do that? And then that way you'd have the facts and you could say to these people who are saying, oh, you're separating, parents from their children. Well, no, I'm separating the children from these sex offenders,
Well, they're not just, data. And this is the other thing that was brought up, is that after the last debate, when Trump was talking about the coyotes, which are human smugglers who bring children in as shields so that they don't get arrested. They use the children kind of as an excuse or shields so they can human traffic.
Mm-hmm.
A number of supposedly educated people from the left on Twitter
funny.
started making fun of Trump, insinuating that he meant literal canine coyote animals bringing babies over the border. And as one journalist said, this guy Tim Pool, who I tend to follow, he's like, don't any of these journalists do a basic Google search before they write their thoughts?
It's not hard.
I mean, Bob, you know what a coyote was, right?
Yes.
Aside from the dog reference. But there are people on the left, blue checkmark people supposedly who have some influence and authority and some education, were literally bashing Trump. You silly man. Dogs can't bring babies across the border. And they even made a Twitter meme of a dog coyote with a baby on its back. So my whole point in this is going back to the whole thing with the drinking bleach or injecting bleach. There was actually someone who was a lifelong Democrat who, when she first heard that, she was really upset with Trump. And all the coverage, the president wants you to inject bleach and all that. So she went back and actually watched the press conference, which I did. I watched the whole damn thing. And as soon as that all came up, I knew the media was going to have a field day with it. The truth be told, before Trump even asked the guy came out and he was talking about all the different ways you could kill coronavirus on surfaces and the amount of time it takes to kill the virus. Like bleach was like 20 seconds. Sunlight was like 30 to 45 seconds. It kills the virus. So even before Trump asked, I was like, well, geez, isn't there some way they could do that with your lungs? Right? Not put bleach into them, obviously. Duh. But isn't there some way, some procedure or something that they could simulate that inside the body to your lungs to make you better? Right? I mean, isn't that kind of a logical thing when you hear something like that? These chemical reactions can kill this virus in a heartbeat. Mm-hmm. Well, geez, isn't there some way we can do that inside the body? That to me was not such a crazy idea.
Maybe the kids that were drinking popping the Tide Pods had some.
Well, what happened was Trump says during the thing right after the presentation, and this is when I facepalmed because I knew what the media was going to do. I understood where Trump was going with this. I understood. He was asking the same question I would have asked. He's like, with doctors and everything, isn't there some way we could do something inside the body, like have that kind of a cleansing? I'm like, oh, God. Sure enough, Dr. Birx gets up, and she gave a little talk. And right at the end, and as they were walking off, a reporter from one of the papers says, Dr. Birx, do you advocate what the president said about injecting bleach into the body? And they kept walking off. She was kind of shaking her head. Next thing you heard on the news, and even Joe Biden said it their last week, we're drinking bleach. So, yeah, that was my phone. Sorry. But it was about drinking bleach. And first of all, it wasn't totally fiction. There was a company in France that actually puts ultraviolet rays, just like the thing in the sunlight that kills the virus. They actually put them into the body. There was a company in France that does that. You can look it up. So, and then the other thing that occurred to me, and this didn't occur to me until months after, when I was in South Brunswick, I went to a dentist. And I had to have a root canal on 2 of my teeth. And what they did is when they did the root canal, they were going to inject me with this needle thing, and they said, don't swallow. We are putting a bit of bleach inside of each tooth to help whiten them. Don't swallow. Well, last time I checked, a tooth is inside the body, yes?
Generally, yeah.
And it was a form of bleach.
Hello, but yeah.
So, yes, doctors and dentists have been putting bleach inside the human body for years. So, but the media, oh God, Trump's so crazy. He's not. No, he's not. And again, if you just did a basic Google search, if you just did a basic fact check, it wasn't a lie. It wasn't an exaggeration. It wasn't crazy talk. It was actually true. But you don't hear the media saying that. And that's my problem. That the media it seems to me, my opinion, I don't know, Bob, you may have a different opinion, but it seems to me, I mean, granted, Trump says stupid stuff, he tweets stupid stuff, I get all that. But when he talked about his campaign being spied on at the end of his campaign and into his, before he was inaugurated. Oh, that's conspiracy theory. Yeah, they're totally baseless. The FBI was wiretapping Carter Page. Last time I checked, if you wiretap somebody, you're kind of spying on them. Wouldn't you say, Bob?
Generally a felony.
I mean, if the FBI is wiretapping your ass, they're spying on you. I don't think there's a question about that. But when Trump said it, everybody, oh, it's a conspiracy theory, you're crazy. No, it was true. The Inspector General's report, the FBI reports, the FISA warrants, it's all true. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody, am I crazy? Bob, tell me, am I crazy?
Wiretapping would definitely be a no-no.
So was Trump correct when he said the Obama administration was spying on him? Yeah. It wasn't a conspiracy theory. It wasn't a crazy talk. It was legit. And the media, through all this, and, MSNBC, nightly, Rachel Maddow with Russiagate, $48 million of other report says there was no collusion. There was no P-tape. The Steele dossier is false. Was never verified. But but now with Hunter Biden, with these emails, oh, it's Russian misinformation. But somehow the Biden family is now worth multi-million dollars.
Just going to interrupt you for 1 second. So North Dakota's on the map.
Okay. I'll go back and we'll look at that. I'm just, I think it ought to be mentioned, at least, that a lot of the things that Trump said that no one gave him credit for turned out to be true. And I think that needs to somehow go into the log of this whole time in our history. Okay, so what do you got? North Dakota.
That is what I said. Yes. North Dakota is on the map.
Okay, Trump's up 13% there.
With 7% reporting.
He's up 3% in Michigan now. He's up by about 90,000 votes.
Okay.
Pennsylvania, Biden, 7% reporting is still Biden, 77 to 20%.
Yeah, but I think you'll see those numbers even out more. I don't think it's going to be like that.
Texas is still about a 200,000 vote race, 51 to 47%.
Florida, 89% is reporting. Trump is up 50.9% to 48.2.
He's up by about 300,000.
Mm-hmm.
Now, depending on where those votes are left, that's going to be big. Because 29, that would, if he wins Florida right now, he's 5 electoral votes ahead of Biden.
Well, they're almost done. I mean, 89% reporting, so we'll have to wait and see, but it's almost there.
37%. They still have Virginia, 37% reporting. They still have Virginia for Joe Biden, but he's losing 58 to 39%.
Yeah, I'm really confused by that. Either they came up with a stack of magic votes that they're not sharing with anyone, or they just got their colors backwards by, the intern who's colorblind. I'm not really sure. But I mean, either way, it doesn't mathematically make sense. So
Georgia, Trump is up by 13% with 30% reporting.
they just called Indiana.
Called it for Trump, 60 to 38% with 52% reporting. Now, see, that to me makes sense. More than half of the state's precincts are reporting, and the difference is a 40-point difference.
Yeah, no, that does make sense. I mean, calling these states with 1% reporting, I don't understand. Like,
All right, so we're at 72 to 80, 85 to 72, Biden ahead. What are your thoughts, Bob?
I still think it's going to be a long night. We're still going to see some flopping, and but it's fascinating to speculate, and to wonder why things are going in the way they're going, even in the small portions that we're seeing.
Well, so Kansas is still 37% reporting. Kansas is still a 8-point Biden advantage. Missouri is a 12-point Biden advantage.
yeah, but it's only like 12,000 votes.
Yeah.
Between the two of them. So, I mean, that's not.
Well, it's about 40,000 in Kansas.
Yeah, but in Missouri, it's like 10.
Yeah.
So, those are interesting to watch.
I still think Kansas, I think that's a dangerous side for Trump.
Troubling. Yeah.
55% reporting, a 10-point Biden lead in Ohio. That's huge. That is a must-win for Trump, and that's a must-win swing state. The Trump won last time, and I think he won Ohio pretty easily. But now he's down 9-10 points.
Again, though, like we were saying earlier tonight, we don't know how what's been counted. We don't know how much of this is on the ground voting, how much of this is mail-in voting. We have no idea. So it'll be interesting to see, how the final totals shake out, because we have no idea what we're actually looking at.
Yeah, but
it's not like they're telling you.
55% of the precincts reporting, and the difference is 300,000 votes in Ohio. That's.
I'm not talking about Ohio in general. I'm talking about in general, like nationally speaking.
North Carolina, Biden's still up by 4 points with about a 200,000 vote difference, 73% reporting. That's another one that could flip blue. That would hurt Trump pretty badly. 55% reporting in Texas now, 3.6 million to 3.4 million. Biden up by about 2 points. I gotta admit, these are not numbers I would have expected. Maryland. They're calling it for Biden, but they still have Trump up by 13. But it's only like 5,000 votes counted.
Well, what I'm saying, like a lot of these it's weird the way they're calling them, because, the numbers are backwards.
Unless there's a huge trove of Biden votes they know are going to come in. They just haven't gotten there yet.
They know we're going to come in? I never know how something's going to come in until I open it. What are you talking about?
Well,
They're not doing that.
The bigger urban areas, the bigger cities and urban areas are usually the last votes to be tabulated in a state. And if they have traditionally gone for the Democrat by like a 60-20, 70-20 margin, then even in the rest of the state, if it all goes for Trump, Biden's still going to win it, no matter what.
I'm talking about the way you put it. It was interesting.
Okay.
Like, are they magically sitting there with like crayons and, filling out ballots? Like, they know we're going to come in?
Crayon. I don't think they use crayons. Michigan, about 105,000 votes, 13% reporting Trump is on top by like 15%.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This is North Carolina. That's really scary. Texas. I mean, that's 38 electoral votes Trump really needs. Because he's going to get his butt kicked on the West Coast. We know that.
You know, I'm very interested to see how California shakes out, because there have been a lot of Trump, like, parades and, you know, road rallies and kind of things in California. And I would not expect you to see any of that in California. So I'm really interested to see how California shakes out. Not that I'm saying I expect it to flip to red, but it would be intensely interesting if it did, just based on the voter enthusiasm you're seeing out there. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see California come in.
I'd like to know what it's going to be, though. I mean, I actually think Trump is going to do better in New York than he did in 2016. I still think he's going to lose New York, but I'm pretty sure he's going to do a little better because of all the riots and things in New York.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, we're 1 minute away from the polls closing for another hour, so we're gonna take our commercial break for the radio, and we'll come back and we will continue. So hang out with us while we get this little bit of business done.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's gonna teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting's hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
This message is for all of you sitting in the passenger seat. And apologies if it gets a little uncomfortable. But how does it feel to be at the mercy of someone who thinks a random text is more important than your life? Someone who takes their eyes off the road while speeding along in a 3-ton hunk of steel. Freaky, right? Well, why not just ask them to stop? Or better yet, volunteer to text for them. It might be a little awkward, but believe me, you'll live.
Learn more at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
We are live outside the home of Joe and Rosie Goddard, where a pretty big tickle fight broke out just minutes ago. Sources say their father instigated the laughter. Let's go inside for a comment. Apparently, they have no comment. Dads, let this be a reminder that it only takes a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
And welcome to the next hour of our coverage of Election Night 2020. Journalist Charles W. Kim, along with journalist Nicole M. Wells and journalist Bob Bossler, both of them from New Jersey. I'm in Orlando, Florida, and we're watching the presidential election tonight. A lot of numbers coming in, some surprises, and a real horse race for us all to pay attention to. Okay, guys. So how we doing?
Hunkering down for hour number 3.
Mm-hmm.
So,
A few states came in while we were on break.
okay, and go ahead.
North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming all called for Trump.
Okay.
New Mexico was called for Biden. And we're still waiting on Texas.
Wow. Okay, so New Mexico, the 0% reporting, they don't even have any votes. They're just calling it for Biden because I guess they can. Same with Wyoming. North Dakota, Trump is leading 59 to 37% with 9% reporting. With 2% reporting, South Dakota, Trump 70 to 27%. Nebraska, Trump is winning 13% reporting, but he's behind by 17 points. Colorado, Biden's up 71, 27%. Kansas, 51.8 for Biden, 46.7 for Trump. A difference of about 30,000 votes. Missouri, 10% reporting. Biden up by 33%, or excuse me, 31%. Just changed about 100,000 votes.
Mm-hmm. Colorado is leaning toward Biden.
Yep. In the electoral map, Biden is leading Trump 119 to 92 in the race to 270. National vote count is Trump at 50.6%, Biden at 48.1%.
Oh, but Texas is a dead heat. Biden is 49.6, Trump is 49.1.
A half a percentage point separates them.
Yep, and it's 57% reporting.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
40% in Kansas.
Mm-hmm.
Biden is maintaining his 4% lead and is about
30,000 votes.
23,000 votes
Mm.
away from Trump. 23,000 in Kansas.
Well.
Missouri, Biden is up big, 63-35% with 11% reporting. New York. Well,
New York's coming in. Look at that.
Well,
nothing.
Yeah, with nothing.
I love how we're just calling nothing states.
All right, so New Hampshire, 57 to 40%, 17% advantage with 11% reporting for Joe Biden. Indiana, Trump is doing well in Indiana with 23 points in Indiana. Florida.
Almost there in Florida.
Almost there, 90% reporting. Trump has expanded his lead to 4 points now in Florida and has taken about a 300,000 vote lead in the here in the Sunshine State.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia, 34% reporting. Trump is up by 14%. South Carolina, Trump is up by 10%. Race is tightening a bit in North Carolina, 48% to 51%. So, but 3 points and about 130,000 votes separating with 77% of precincts reporting.
Yep, it's crazy.
Pennsylvania, 9% of precincts reporting. Biden is up 69 to 26% by about 300,000 votes. And Ohio, important swing state, 59% of precincts reporting. Biden is up by 14 points by about 200,000 votes. Wow.
I think all over it's just going to be very tight, as we're seeing.
Well, these
would be ironic to see it go to a, electoral college vote this time for with Biden in favor. Almost come full circle.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just, you look here, this blue, remember Clinton's blue wall, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania? This was what put Trump over the top in 2016, which really cemented his victory. And he's in trouble in Ohio. He's doing okay in Florida, but he's in trouble in Ohio. Nothing coming in from Wisconsin yet. He's up good in Michigan right now. 16% reporting up by 17 points.
Mm-hmm.
But Pennsylvania, not so good. Ohio, not so good. And
when are they going to call Florida? I mean, it's 90%. Some of these other places they've called it 1%.
Yeah.
They did this last time.
90%.
They did this in 2016. They
don't
didn't
trust Florida.
Yeah, I mean, literally.
They're going to have all these other votes coming in.
If you remember, it was 99% in Florida counted. And they had counted all Miami, all Metro, all the big population centers. They were all done. And they still didn't call Florida until like 11 o'clock at night.
It's just very frustrating. Like, what is the deal, people? Like, what are you waiting for?
Wisconsin, 1% reporting. Trump is up by 6 points in Wisconsin, only like 800 votes counted.
Okay.
But that's an important one. Ohio and Pennsylvania, these are the two. I mean, I think if Trump loses either one of those, put a fork in him, he's done.
Ohio, I mean, it's only 200,000 votes.
Yeah, but
Pennsylvania, there's only 9% reporting, and he's catching up. I mean, he's almost at 200,000. So we'll see.
Texas, 0.3 of a point.
Mm-hmm.
15,000 votes separating Biden and Trump in Texas, with Joe Biden on top with 57% of precincts reporting.
That is the surprise of the night so far.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not surprised, gentlemen.
Yep, you saw the purple. You saw
Freddie's
the purple.
been on the wall for a while.
Maybe Charlie and I just always have this image of Texas,
Cowboy hats and
exactly.
cows.
A state that loves their guns, their whiskey, and their women. It's Texas.
Hey, I watched 14 seasons or whatever there was of Dallas, so that's the revival. And I'm still upset got canceled prematurely, So
Okay, we're hearing
Charlie, you're right about New York. Biden is leading 52.4 to 47% for Trump.
Yep.
47%.
More of trouble, though.
That's insane.
1% reporting in Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Joe Biden is up 65 to 34%. Granted, only 300 votes have been counted.
Mm-hmm.
And that can change, but keep your eyes open.
But that's crazy about New York.
Yeah. Well, it's only 100,000. Let's see when the city comes in. But yeah, if it stays that close, that's a huge gain for Trump.
That's crazy.
I mean, he still loses the state, no question. But the fact that it's that tight in New York.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, New York should be the 80 to 20, not Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, that's a surprise.
That's crazy in New York.
This is one that's really surprising me also, though, is Ohio. Is that Ohio right now Biden is enjoying a 6-point lead with almost 60% of the vote counted. That's surprising to me. Georgia. Trump's hanging tough in Georgia. And it looks like with 90% reporting, he's expanding his lead a little bit in Florida, about 400,000. That's nothing to sneeze at.
No.
Nebraska, they're calling for Trump. 20% of the vote is come in. And right now, it's percentage-wise, Biden has 50.7, Trump has 47.3. But they're calling this Nebraska. The Associated Press is calling Nebraska for Trump.
Well, Kansas, the margin has narrowed between Biden and Trump. Have you looked at Kansas?
I'm looking right now. 25 and 22 is about 40, almost 50,000 votes, with 47% reporting. Biden is up 53.1, Trump 45.4. That's still a 9-point deficit. That's huge, though. 9 points, anything over 7 points is hard to overcome in an election if you're down that much. Georgia, 56-42. So Trump is opening up a 14-point lead in Georgia.
Wow.
Now, as of now, all the polls in Florida have closed, even the ones in the Central Time Zone. So.
North Carolina is getting interesting. 50.7 for Biden to 48.2 for Trump.
79% reporting that it is about 100,000 votes. Yeah, 48.2 to 48 to 51, about 3 points. Donald Trump, even though the state of Virginia with 40% of the vote in, the state of Virginia has been given to Joe Biden by the Associated Press. Trump is over 1 million votes and Biden 700,000, so he's 250,000 votes ahead. Trump is in Virginia, even though the Associated Press has called the state for Biden. I agree with you, Nicole. That makes absolutely no sense.
Like, I mean, I'm not a math major, clearly, but I mean, that's just wrong. I mean, whoever was in charge of the colors and the numbers, clearly they got that one wrong.
You would think they would be more conservative this time around in their estimates, given the circumstances. You would a little bit more gun shy, I would have thought.
I mean,
than to declare anything.
I mean,
I can see going the other extreme. In fact,
I thought that I would think that they would have a rule of some kind where we're not going to call a state till at least 50% of the vote is counted.
Yeah, you would think. Oh, Ohio just got more interesting.
Ohio, how so?
Got closer.
47 to 51. So we're at 4 points. 62%. It's going to be tight. We're a difference of about 100,000 and change. But John King said, back in 2016, during that election, is the other part of it comes in where, okay, but what votes are left to count? Obviously, if you have a lot of votes, for instance, in Florida, if you have a lot of votes in Miami that are sitting there waiting to be counted, that'll probably go to Biden. Okay, we're not going to call the state because those votes could come in and Biden could potentially overtake Trump. However, if all the urban centers in Florida are counted and you're just talking about votes in the sticks, which are usually go red anyway, why not call the state? Because obviously Biden's not going to overcome the deficit. But we're not, hey, in all fairness to the Associated Press, we're not sitting there at the desk making these decisions. We don't have access to the information they do. Trump
getting some of those more senior communities, Manatee County, Sarasota. Yeah. Okay.
Now back way up north where the weather's cold. Not like here where it's really nice and
Yeah. Rub it in.
breezy.
Just rub it in, yeah.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania's closer.
Oh yeah, it's only 63 to 35%.
It's still closer.
260,000 votes separate Biden
Well,
and
it's
Trump
better
with
than
13.
400,000 like it was before.
Right, but
so.
but this, all right, like in Pennsylvania, that is a margin that looks like it's going to be kind of hard for Trump to overcome.
Well, we'll see.
Well, I mean, yeah, well, that will definitely we're going to see. But Minnesota, Trump's up 59% to 38, so that's almost a 20-point lead. Granted, only 7,000 votes counted. 64 to he's up 30 percentage points in Wisconsin. They gotta be happy about hearing that. He's up 17 points in Michigan with 17% reporting. That's kind of actually in this belt here, these three states, that's kind of what I was expecting to see. Just from the crowds and the rallies and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Pennsylvania is blowing my mind. Pennsylvania's really blowing my mind. Ohio's close. Ohio's like always close in every presidential election almost.
Mm-hmm.
62% reporting. Biden is up 51 to 48%. So we'll call it 3 with rounding up. So 3 points in Ohio. It's gonna be a real squeaker there.
North Carolina's really close.
North Carolina is 2.2%, roughly. It's about 100,000 difference. They just changed. West Virginia. What? That's just Virginia. About 100,000 North Carolina. But even so, Trump won North Carolina last time out. South Carolina, 22% reporting. Trump up by 13%. Georgia, numbers just changed, 41% reporting. Trump is up 56.8 to 42.2% over Biden.
Georgia, I would have expected to go for Trump.
Well, they did last time.
They did last time, and they traditionally are more Republican, I believe.
Yeah.
So,
Though the only state in the Northeast that did not go to Trump, or excuse me, in the Southeast that did not go to Trump last time around was Virginia.
Which actually, it could be interesting. It could flip-flop this time. Virginia could go to him and North Carolina could go to Biden.
anything's possible.
Yeah. Yep.
This is also 2020, so.
I saw like a it was like a campaign poster. It was a picture and it was done in the style of a campaign poster and it said giant meteor 2020 just end it all. Like so
That's been the one satisfying thing is to see all these humorous signs out on the front lawns.
Yeah.
Thanos 2020.
Yep. Because supposedly we were supposed to get an asteroid, a small one, but
Yesterday.
an asteroid. Was it yesterday?
Yesterday, day before the election.
Oh, see, it came in ahead of schedule. Originally, I think it was supposed to hit today.
Oh, that would have been so perfect.
I know, like it went and ruined it by showing up early.
Gosh.
So let's see. We got Nebraska. They're calling for Trump now, even though Biden is up by a percentage point.
Okay.
It's the reverse. Huh.
There's somebody asking me, it's like, it looks like Trump is bleh. And I said, yeah, Ohio and Pennsylvania right now, I think I'm finding very concerning. Now, Minneapolis must have just come in, 'cause 2% of the vote, 13,000 vote difference, and Biden's up 60 to 37%.
Well, it just kind of flip-flopped because Minnesota was red a second ago and Wisconsin was blue, and they just kind of swapped colors. So
Yeah. I'm still not seeing a change in Pennsylvania. And I really find that, and Ohio, those two I find concerning.
Ohio is pretty close.
Oh boy, New York, back to normal.
Yeah, I saw that in New York, but Ohio is pretty close.
New York, 76.1% for Biden, 23.3% for Trump. Biden leads by about 700,000 votes. Because de Blasio and Cuomo are doing such good work for you.
For me, I don't live there.
No, for New York.
I've never lived there.
For New York.
That's a disaster.
You know what's really funny? All right, I just saw this thing today with Murphy and Cuomo and everybody, and now they're making all these more restrictions because of COVID. Wait a minute. Isn't Cuomo, especially Cuomo, because he does the briefings like every day and all over national TV, weren't they the ones saying that because they were doing it right, that they weren't going to have this second surge or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Because they were doing it right. They're keeping everything locked down and they're doing it right. But now they're concerned about a second surge.
Well, I thought Murphy was always talking about a second surge. He was talking about second surge when we were still, beginning the first surge.
That's correct. You, sir, have won.
It was always the glass was half filled. It was half filled with grape juice and head spilled and heading for the carpet.
Yep.
Yep.
But I want to know is, this basically what they're saying is both of them, is there's no end in sight on this. But Trump did everything wrong. We did everything right, but we're getting hit again. And I'm like, guys, you couldn't have done all that right so much better if you're getting hit again.
Mm-hmm.
It don't work that way. You guys kept everybody locked down, and you're having the same increases as are going on everywhere else. So it's not the lockdown. But they don't listen. They don't know. And, they don't know. So I'm just wondering, what the people, a lot of people in New York and New Jersey and Connecticut and Pennsylvania for that matter, who have really been hurt by these lockdowns and things. And, most of them, they're complaining about the cases going up, but also you have to remember, we are testing literally millions of people a day now. When this first started, we tested like 2,000 people a week.
Yeah, we've gotten more testing, so obviously we're going to have more cases.
But the question I think that is more important is, what about hospitalizations, intubations, and deaths? Now, according to NJ1015, I was listening the other day to Eric Scott, and he's a news guy I happen to respect a great deal in New Jersey. And he said that those three metrics have drastically decreased. So if less people are getting hospitalized, less people are being intubated, and less people are dying, that's good, right?
One would think.
The fact that more people are being tested, so obviously you're going to have more positive results. You're also going to have more negative results, by the way. But nobody ever reports that. What percentage of the people tested today were negative? I would love to know that. I think that's important. It's one thing you say, oh, we had 1,000 or 15,000 new cases reported today. Okay, but we also had 50,000 negatives out of a total of 64,000 people tested. I would really like to know that difference, but nobody's really interested in looking into that. Okay, Minnesota, 2% reporting. Biden is up by almost 19%, almost 20 points, and is down. Trump is down by 11,000 votes. Wisconsin, 8% reporting, 51.9% to 46.5%. So that's basically 52 and 47. It's a 5-point difference. Michigan is still 17 points. Two points in Ohio. Biden is up by about exactly 2 points, 65% reporting. Trump is down by 41, about 80,000 votes. Okay, Trump has made up some ground in Pennsylvania. It's now 60% to 39%. So it's about a 20-point deficit in Pennsylvania with 13% reporting. And he's 180,000 votes down. North Carolina, 82% reporting. The difference is 49-50, about 1 point. The difference is literally 70,000 votes in North Carolina at this point.
It's going to be a nail biter.
91% reporting in Florida. Trump's still up by about 300,000 votes, almost 4.
Texas.
What's going on?
1/10 of 1%.
64%
64% reporting. 49.4% for Trump, 49.3% for Biden, 4,162,000 for Trump, 4,148,000. That is about 13,000 votes difference in all of Texas. Biden has now 122 electoral college votes to Trump's 92. But they haven't really called the real big, New York, yeah, but Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, the big states for Trump. Texas, of course. If he can hold out there, 1/10 of 1%. That's going to go down the wire. But then also, Biden, hasn't. California's like 50 electoral college votes.
Yeah.
So that would make Biden right now at 170 something, about 100 away from taking the presidency. Where Trump is back of the pack. Colorado. Huge lead for Biden with almost 48% of the precincts reporting of the vote counted. And Biden is up by about 400,000 votes, 61.5 to 36.4%. Colorado looks to be going to Biden. It hasn't been called yet. Has not been called yet. 61% reporting. Kansas, another trouble spot for Trump that he won in 2016. 48.3% to Biden's 49.7%. That's almost a 2-point difference. And about 10,000 votes. We also have to remember there's not that many people in Kansas compared to like New Jersey or wherever. Okay. Missouri, 16% reporting. Trump is still down 20 points in Missouri.
Did he take Missouri last time?
Yeah, that was easily Trump country.
Yeah.
And so Trump is having problems tonight. Definitely, he's having problems with states that he previously took fairly easily. As a matter of fact, some of these states I think he won by 14, 15 points. He's hanging on by his fingernails at this point.
Yeah,
Kansas, Dorothy and Toto, Kansas.
Kansas.
That is as Republican country as you. Well, the only state maybe more Republican than that is Iowa. But if he has trouble in Kansas and Iowa,
Interestingly, we don't have any Iowa results yet, and they start campaign season with the caucuses. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and look,
nothing from
all the
Iowa.
states around Iowa, it's like a donut hole. All the states around have some results, but Iowa has nothing yet.
Yeah.
But then again, remember what happened with the Iowa caucuses?
Oh God.
It was 3
That
a.m.
was
and they still didn't
disaster.
have 1% of the vote counted for the caucuses.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this is deja vu all over again.
Was that their last caucus this time, or?
Yeah, that was this time. The Democratic caucus.
No, I mean, aren't they going? It didn't look like they were going to a primary system.
I don't know if that got formally decided. A lot of folks are saying they should, but I don't know if that got formally decided because the Iowa caucuses are so iconic. So,
and it wasn't so much the system was bad; it was not implemented well this time around, wasn't it? Because of the
the system was pretty bad because there were people who were calling in for help to the places they were supposed to call for help, and their calls were getting hung up on or not answered or whatever.
I thought it was something about the poor training they got with this.
Well, it was bad training. It was a new system, bad training, and then the helpline you were supposed to call, no work so good.
Yeah,
so,
they had the trifecta of inefficiency.
Okay, so this is really something. Okay, so we're at 9:36, and yeah, Texas, 64% reporting, 0.3%. Trump is on top, literally by 19,000 votes. In good old state of Texas.
In a state that he took rather easily last time, right?
No, it was. I think it was a little bit of a fight.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a hurdle last time, but I think it's worse this time because so many people have fled California because of the wildfires and also because of their policies. So now it's even harder than it was in 2016.
Okay, in Kansas, it is literally a 1 point difference with 61% reporting. The difference is legitimately 7,000 votes. Oh, it just changed. 49.4% for Biden, 48.6% for Trump. So that's 49 and 49. Virtual dead heat in Kansas. 395,000 votes to 389,000 votes. 6,000 vote difference. 6,000 vote difference in Kansas.
Amazing.
When you're talking, talking 800, well, let's see, almost 800,000 votes counted, and you're a 6,000 vote difference. Wow. That's literally a dead heat. Kansas. Dorothy and Toto's Kansas is a dead heat. Missouri.
They called Colorado.
Yeah, that 65% reporting, and you're talking about a 20 point or 19 point deficit. Yeah, Trump ain't coming back from that. That's 58-39. Yeah. But
I mean, at what point are they going to call like Georgia, Florida? I mean, 45%.
they will call them when they think they know.
Excuse me, what?
When they think they know.
Florida, they may not call that till tomorrow.
Come on, Bob. Like, give me some hope, man.
Come on, man. All right. Joe
Florida
Biden
could
is
be 100%, and they might be like, "It's Florida. We got it."
Joe Biden is up 131 to 92. So that's 8, and 31 is almost 40 electoral college votes up.
Pennsylvania's gotten a lot closer.
55, yeah, Pennsylvania, Trump is coming back. He's within 13 points.
And look at Ohio.
0.1%. Ohio's almost a dead heat, too. It's almost 70% reporting, 69% reporting. 2 million to 1,996,000.
Yep.
So that's like 5,000 votes separating Trump and Biden in Ohio, turning into a real horse race.
Look at Virginia.
Mountain Mama. Still, 47%. Trump's up by 12 points, 55 to 43%. He's up by 300,000 votes. They're still calling Virginia for Biden.
Again, how does that make sense?
Oh.
I mean, I understand wishful thinking and all, but you're not supposed to put it on the map.
All right. In North Carolina, 85% reporting. Trump and Biden, 0.6% apart. 2,459,845 votes for Biden. 2,430,210 votes for Trump. That is, excuse me, literally
Bless you.
29,000 votes difference in North Carolina.
Yep.
10% reporting. Trump is still down by 95,000 votes in Minnesota. Ohio has flipped red. Ohio has flipped red.
Woo! There it is.
20,000 votes. 21,000 votes. Now Trump on top.
Ye of little faith.
With half a percentage point, Ohio is now flipped red. In a huge change favoring President Donald Trump.
Oh, ye of little faith.
That is a headline, I think. That is a big headline. Minnesota, Wisconsin look more solidly for Trump.
PA is competitive now.
PA is competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota, 23% reporting, still a 23-point deficit for Trump in Minnesota.
Hey, look at Ohio, man. It can be done.
Can be done, but time is of the essence.
Look, they're slow counters. What do you want from me, okay?
1, 2.
Where are we with Florida, right?
91%.
Still 91%. That hasn't changed too much.
It was time for a canasta break, okay?
Yeah, speaking of which, I gotta sneak in a couple more commercials here.
They should really call Ohio, though. It's a 70% reporting.
Where's my... Okay, let's throw another commercial in here.
Online all the time. The Grill Online Radio, a charcoal media station. Bookmark it today.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets, and they all have one thing in common. Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard, that's optional. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's gonna teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting's hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F. Face drooping. A. Arm weakness. S. Speech difficulty. T. Time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The storks are bringing me a baby brother. We can do this together.
All right, let's go. Storks know how to keep kids safe. Do you?
What? Oh my gosh, you don't know.
I know.
You don't? Oh man, you laugh when you're uncomfortable.
No. Making sure your child is in the right car seat is one of the steps to safer travel.
I will rock this.
You will rock this. To know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Cool. Very cool.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Online all the time. The Grill Online Radio, a charcoal media station. Bookmark it today.
And we're back with more of Election Night 2020 coverage. The race for the presidency between Joe Biden and Donald J. Trump. Numbers are coming in. We have horse races going on all over the country between Trump and Biden. Some states' races have tightened. Some have flipped. Ohio has flipped red.
Kansas.
Kansas is corny.
Ha ha.
Donald Trump now up in Kansas. He was looking pretty bad there for a while, but he's now up by 28,000 votes.
Texas.
With 65% reporting. He's now up in Kansas 50.6% to 47.3%. Texas, Trump is now up by 1.5 points by about 100,000 votes. That's good news.
Missouri has tightened.
Missouri has come down to about a 4-point race and about 27,000 votes with 22% reporting.
Pennsylvania has very much tightened.
It has? Well, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
It's 13 points.
Yeah.
It's about 80,000 vote difference, 17% reporting. Virginia, Biden has almost caught up to Trump. It's now 43 to 54%. The difference is about 300,000 votes, which was a huge deficit that Biden has made up in the state of Virginia, although the Associated Press has called Virginia for the former vice president.
North Carolina's gotten very tight.
North Carolina is a half a point.
Mm-hmm.
2,463,300 to 2,439,481, which is about a 29,000 vote difference with 86% reporting. But again, you're talking about smaller populated states. We're talking 26,000. Trump's got to get on his horse in North Carolina, or that may be lost. Or as Cenk Uygur said in 2016 for the Young Turks, it's going to be gone.
Gone? As opposed to just gone?
Yep.
Okay.
When they put it in the opponent's win column for the Electoral College, it's gone. Georgia, 42.8% to 56.1%. Again, the difference of about 320,000 votes, with 50%, half of the Georgia votes now being reported, according to the Associated Press.
You know, it's interesting to me that the AP keeps calling states, and they keep adding electoral votes to Biden's column, but they're not calling any of these states for Trump. It's just very interesting. Like, his electoral votes column has not moved in a very long time.
I've noticed that.
It's very interesting. I'm like, okay, are we going to call any of these red states, or are we just going to leave them out there?
20-point difference. Trump on top in Louisiana. That state called for him by the Associated Press. 258,000 to 171,000 with 19% reporting. Minnesota, 24% reporting. Still not good news for Donald Trump. He's down by about 30 percentage points in Minnesota. 249,000 he has, and Biden has 483,000. And if you remember Minnesota, now that's a state with Gretchen Whitmer, the Democratic governor who had all kinds of issues with lockdowns, and the state Supreme Court said what she was doing was unconstitutional. There were threats against Whitmer's. And also Minnesota is a state for Congressional Representative Ilhan Omar.
I was just going to say, so that's probably your answer right there as to why it's doing the way it's doing.
And it's also the state, by the way, that Project Veritas recently featured with massive undercover videos of massive voter fraud.
Mm-hmm.
And but Facebook and other social media are banning those videos because they say they're disinformation.
I mean, I saw this really hysterical meme about Paul Revere's Midnight Ride, and it was basically like Facebook would ban, Paul Revere trying to get information out on Facebook, saying that it was misinformation.
Yeah, I saw that meme. Meme.
If it were today, and it's entirely true. Like, it's not even a meme anymore. It's just reality.
So, but Trump's got some making up to do.
Well, I mean, if they would call some of these states, it would be made up. They're not. I mean, 72% in Ohio. Are you going to call that? 91 in Florida, 50 in Georgia, 67 in Texas, like 66 in Kansas. I mean, if they called any of these states, he would be making up plenty of votes.
Well, let's see. 29, almost 30 votes. So that would be, let's say 29, let's say 30. 30 and 90 is 121 electoral votes. Texas would be another 38. So that would be 121 and 38. 160 and 20, 180. 196, 206, right there.
Yeah, if they would just call any of these states. It's just amazing to me how they keep calling, blue states, but they're not calling red states. And these numbers, 74% in Ohio, like I said, 91 in Florida. Why are you not calling that? I don't get it. You've called blue states for less. I don't understand why it's not moving. I mean, am I the only one who notices this?
No, I notice it.
Okay. And what the hell's Iowa doing? I mean, it's like a little island in the middle of all of these
the donut
tallies.
hole.
You got nothing.
So, I mean, Montana's got no results, and neither does Idaho, but they should both go to Trump, I would imagine.
Well, I mean, that whole left side of the country, I'm not expecting them to be there this minute, but, Iowa should have something. Where are their results?
I don't know.
Well,
maybe they're still wrestling with their new system.
Maybe. But I mean, you think you would have worked that out before today?
You think
Just a
so?
thought, like.
Okay, so bring it down here. So I'm gonna step away for a few minutes, and you and Bob have some fun. Take over the con.
Oh, it is just a night full of surprises, but we're not really, that's not really surprising in itself because we knew it was going to be
Yeah,
free for all.
yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't remember it being, I mean, I could be remembering wrong, but I don't remember it being quite so tight last time. But again, I might be remembering wrong because I don't think I had as much of an interest last time as there is today. So it could have been just as much of a nail biter in 2016. Do you remember?
I remember, well, it was a little bit different for me for 2016 because I don't think I was even doing freelance at that point. I was working, a different job, a non-journalism job. And I actually felt like, oh, wow, this is an exciting election and I have no part in it other than, and I had the day off, which was weird, like the one day that you don't want to have the day off, though,
Yeah.
the excitement. So I do remember catching some of the returns. My wife was watching the returns upstairs. I was catching them on Facebook as well, and everybody was starting to go. Of a good portion of my friends, a segment of my friends were already in panic mode. And I have to say, I thought, well, Trump's not going to win. He's, votes will be coming in from other states. The percentages aren't there. What are you talking about?
Mhm.
And then as I saw the anxiety level raised on some of the posts that I was getting, they're like, no, this is, I'm like, no, you're wrong. This.
It'll be fine.
So, yeah. Yeah, and it was pretty wild. It was like, wow, okay, all right, but and then the next week it was like talking everyone down.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I mean, depending on how tonight goes, it's going to be, basically 2.0 of last year. I mean, some of these races they're literally just like coming in like just squeaking by. Like Missouri, just as you were talking now, Missouri just flipped red. And that was one of the ones that we were saying, like, it wasn't looking good for him, and he won it really easily last go round, but it just flipped red. So it's going to be a really interesting night. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think I've ever experienced, and maybe because in the past, election night to me was like, okay, there's winners, there's losers. Clearly, there's some people that I want in myself and others, but if they don't, they don't. I don't want to say I was totally detached, but I just saw it in a different way. And this election was like, 2016 was all or nothing, high emotions, people, depressed, people wearing bobby pins on their shirts. I mean, it was like, wow, I don't experience that anymore. It was like, hey, we're going to live. We may not like the candidate, or and some will, but like, life will go on and we will cope with this and we will deal with this and we might be surprised and we don't, So it was interesting. It was very interesting,
Yeah, that's actually like probably the healthiest way I've heard it put is, we may not like the person, but we will survive and we may be surprised. Like, I don't think I've heard anybody say that really, apart from you.
There's other presidents that I voted for that didn't get in or whatever. And it's like, okay, that's 4 years. I wasn't a big Bill Clinton fan. So, and he got in and it was like, okay, he got in and then he got in again. It's like, okay, So, but I was, maybe I just look at things a little differently because everybody around me was. You know,
Just kind of
Well,
losing their head.
in Ocean County, people were either really, really happy, or the other extreme was really, really not happy.
Oh my gosh, Pennsylvania has flipped red.
Whoa.
Pennsylvania just flipped red, and it's only 23% reporting. We're in for a long night of flip-flops on Pennsylvania.
Yeah, kind of remind me again. I got, you know.
Oh my gosh. Wow. That's crazy.
Hmm.
Yeah. Man, Charlie picked the wrong time to take a break. Jeez.
Well, no, actually, it's probably good because then we could just fill him in and he'll
Be like, while you were gone, these 2 states flipped red. And they're still calling. Let's see what's going on in Virginia. We got no. Biden's still at 45.2 and Trump's still at 53.1, but it's still going to Biden. I don't get it. So.
Well, I think this proves that, you know, we obviously have a long ways to go with any, you know,
Oh yeah.
generation of winner. But I think it also shows, even with these small percentage states, that our country is still very torn on the direction it wants to go to. So, you know, whether it is a Biden victory or a Trump victory, you know, those that did not vote for that their candidate didn't get in, that same division and tension that we've been seeing for, and I'm going to say it's more than 4 years, because I believe.
Yeah, I'd say easily 8.
Yes, absolutely.
Easily.
You know, is unfortunately going to continue to persist, and that's unfortunate, because I don't see us getting anywhere closer together.
Yeah, no, I agree, and it's only going to get worse. I think that no matter who wins tonight or tomorrow, or whenever it's decided, I think it is only going to get worse, because people don't see themselves, I think, anymore as Americans. They see themselves as, you know, party over country rather than country over party.
It's like a team sport. It's
Yeah.
the Reds versus the Blues. And,
Yeah. Yep. And it's very much a tribal kind of thing.
I saw on Facebook today, a friend of mine, and he's a Biden supporter, and I'm usually not on his page. He's out of the state, but I happened to go and I saw that he had posted the meme that has the sign that says, you know, calm, no matter who wins. I forget exactly what it says. I stole it myself. Let's say. Yeah, whoever wins, stay calm. We're not enemies, but friends. Abraham Lincoln, 1861. Okay, so I think that's a pretty benign, you know, it's just basically saying, okay, guys, you know, today's election day. Yes, we know that there's all this tension and anxiety, and everybody's like ready to, you know, but let's just chill a little bit as we go through this, a very, you know, peaceful. And I watched, you know, on that thread, as one of his friends was just like ripping him apart, saying, you know, like, you know, I can't be calm. Why? How dare you say we should be calm when, you know, listed a whole bunch of Trump centric things. And well, I, you know, understand, you know, that she feels that way. Still, it was like, you're ripping this guy apart, and all he's really trying to say is, hey, let's just pause for a little bit. You know, like, why are you reading into it this way? Why is there this, you know? So we've got a lot of damaged people, I think, that are.
Yeah. No, I think everybody sees this election as like, you know, an apocalyptic kind of election, you know, and that's, I think, where the place they're coming from with, you know, the way they're reading things. So I think that's probably why she was reacting that way. And I think there's a lot of people out there like her that are reacting that way, you know?
Yeah. And it's sad because, you know, and I had to put my 2 cents in, which I probably shouldn't have. And later on, my friend took the whole thing down because he saw it was escalating. I didn't get a chance to see what else had posted after me. So, but basically said, I can't believe that your post could have triggered something like this when all it's asking is for calm, and we're getting anything else but, You know,
Yeah.
that's
Crazy.
that I think is a bigger problem that we have than whoever is sitting in the Oval Office. You know?
Yeah. I think it's one of those like this is a symptom of the problem, not the actual problem kind of situations.
Mhm.
So yeah, for sure. For sure. Looks like Utah is leaning Trump is leading Utah and Biden is leading Arizona. Did I hear a Charlie come back?
I don't see.
No? Okay. I thought I did. Guess not. I wanted to tell him all the gains and the leads and the excitement while he was gone.
Well, Utah, I would almost, expect that to go to Trump. That was, I believe he got it last time, and
Arizona, I never really paid attention to Arizona. Do you remember what it went last time?
I thought Arizona was kind of iffy, which was strange because I would have thought Arizona would be in Trump's column. But last time,
Yeah, I would have thought so too. I mean, it's not well, it is kind of, so Biden's at 55.9%, Trump is at 42.9, so 60% reporting. I guess we'll see what happens there. And Pennsylvania, actually, Trump is at 49.1 and Biden's at 47.7. That is a close race.
yeah,
Whew.
so close. So
Still nothing from, huh?
No one's doing a landslide here.
No, and still nothing from Iowa. Like,
that's what we're waiting for, Iowa.
Yeah, I'm like, it's just this little dot in the middle of like all of these results with nothing. So.
Okay, I'm back.
All right.
Oh,
well,
you missed so much. Listen what happened while you were gone.
Oh, I guess I got some breaking news of my own.
Well, can I go first?
Yeah, I'll let you go first.
Thank you. All right, so Missouri flipped red, Pennsylvania flipped red. We finally got results from Iowa a second ago, and it's red. Utah's leaning red, and Arizona's leaning blue. And they called Kansas for Trump. So anyway, what do you have?
Lindsey Graham won re-election. So did Mitch McConnell. John Hickenlooper, however, won the Democratic seat in his Senate race. So in a second, we're going to check the Senate and the House.
Okay.
So, because there's some news there. But okay, continue on your presidential run there.
My presidential run? Okay. So let's see. So Kansas got called for Trump at 51.9% to Biden's 46. Iowa just got results a second ago. 1% reporting. Trump is at 56.5. Biden is at 42.2. Missouri flipped red with 27% reporting. Trump is at 52.1%. Biden's at 46.6. Pennsylvania, 25% reporting. Trump is at 49.5%. Biden is at 47.4%. And Utah is leaning Trump. It's 49.4% to Biden's 47.2%, with 41% reporting. And Arizona is 66% reporting. Biden is up at 54%, and Trump is at 44.7%.
Take a look at North Carolina here.
Ooh. Oh my gosh.
You see that, Bob?
Oh, that's heartbreaking. Oh, but it just flipped. It just flipped. It just changed. Hang on.
3,000 for Trump. But it's still a dead heat in North Carolina. Dead heat. 3,000 votes.
That's another state that was a pretty easy win last time for Trump. Isn't it?
Well, now you have Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin all red. That is vital for Trump, along with Florida, Texas, and Pennsylvania. That is huge. That's his path to victory right there. Because he's going to take Utah. He's going to take Montana. I don't know about...
Montana is leaning blue right now.
I got no results yet for Montana.
Yeah, it literally just switched a second ago. Montana is 17% reporting. Biden's at 57.7. Trump's at 40%.
Okay. Yeah, all right, it just popped in for me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, these other states, they're 52 minutes away from being called, or for the polls closing.
Okay. So all the West Coast ones you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Washington, Oregon, and California are probably going to be blue. Nevada, who knows? Idaho should probably go to Trump. Montana, 17%. That's in Montana's not that hugely populated.
When does Alaska and Hawaii close? Do we know? Is it the same as the West Coast?
I think they're around 11 or 12 o'clock.
Okay.
I mean, I think they were the same as the West Coast. Alaska, I think, is the same as the West Coast. Hawaii might be a little bit later, but
Okay.
but usually Alaska and Hawaii, they don't have enough electoral votes really to swing anything, unless it
Okay.
really tightens. But wow, North Carolina, 3,000 votes with 500,000 votes counted, 88% reporting. 3,000 vote margin right now. Donald Trump on top.
North Carolina just flipped to 90% reporting. Trump is at 49.7. Biden's at 49.2.
So it's still that race is too close to call. I think we can say.
Yeah, I think we're safe saying that for sure.
We want to remind people too, if you're enjoying this coverage tonight, our special election coverage, Nicole and I, and occasionally Bob joins in. We have our weekly podcast called What's Cooking on the Grill Live 365 online radio, and we also stream it on YouTube and Facebook. So join us every week. We drop those videos sometime between Tuesday and Thursday, depending on our schedules and our guests and things like that we have coming in. It's just kind of a weekly wrap up on news and information. Sometimes we do other things. We've done shows on spirituality. We're going to do some on some other topics outside of news and politics, but we basically do news and politics stories, and you can get those podcasts, the audio versions, on Anchor FM. You can see the grill. Also on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple, iTunes. It's all there. Check us out. And make sure you're if you're watching on YouTube or if you're watching on Facebook, make sure you like us. If you're on YouTube, smash that like button, hit subscribe and a notification bell. I'll let you know when we drop a new video. And you can also support our work at any of those locations. We have different ways to do that. We have a lot of good programming coming up. Now let's take a look at the races for the Senate and the House. First, the Senate. The Senate is right now. Democrats are up 41-40 in the race for a 51 majority. Other parties have 2 seats. So we're going to go to South Carolina, where Lindsey Graham will retain his seat with a 55-43% lead over Jamie Harrison. In Minnesota, Tina Smith right now is ahead of Republican Jason Lewis, 36%, 20-point lead with 37% reporting. Michigan, John James. This is a guy that President Trump campaigned heavily for in his Michigan rallies. He's right now on top by about 15%, with 33% of precincts reporting in Minnesota in that Senate race. In Iowa, Democrat is leading John Ernst by about 31 points with 13% reporting. Let's see, what was one of the other? Mark Kelly, the astronaut, and wife of Gabby Giffords, in a race with Republican Martha McSally. And right now, Kelly is up by 11 percentage points with 69% reporting. In Texas, John Cornyn beats Mary Hager. Let's see, what was some of the other really tight races?
Oh, actually, the Senate just updated. It's 41-41 now.
Yeah, I see that.
Mm-hmm.
So, David Perdue in Georgia, there are 2 seats for the Senate. Both seats are up. Republican David Perdue is up over John Ossoff, 56-41%. But the second seat is tight. Is about 11,000 vote difference between Republican Kelly Loeffler and Raphael. I don't know his last name. In Jersey.
Yes. Chris Smith, Andy Kim. I'm sure Andy Kim's doing well.
Well, we're doing the Senate for the moment, but Cory Booker is expected to beat Republican challenger Rick Mehta by about 23 points. 59% reporting, and Booker's up 60.9% to 37.5 for Mehta. All right, let's take a look at the House. 218 needed for a majority. Democrats have 74, Republicans have 92. And as we go into New Jersey, as we zoom in here to the Great Garden State, Jeff Van Drew has now taken the lead over Democrat Amy Kennedy by 4 points, 51 to 47.4%. In District 2, Donald Norcross won in District 1. He's a big political player in the state. Andy Kim is beating Republican challenger David Richter, 55-43%.
Okay, that's not surprising. Okay. From
Chris Smith will remain in Congress. He's been there forever.
Yeah.
He's a Republican, and he beat Stephanie Schmid, or is projected to beat Stephanie Schmid. He is leading right now, 56.9% to 41.6% in District 4. In District 5, incumbent Democrat Joshua Gottheimer leads Republican challenger Frank Pallotta by a fairly large margin, 59.9% to 39%, so about a 20-point margin in District 5 for Gottheimer, who's a member of the Problem Solvers Caucus. And he's the one from your neck of the woods there, Nicole.
Yeah, I'm aware of his smarminess.
In District 6, Christian Anuoa, the Republican Party candidate, is beating Frank Pallone, 52 to 47%. District 7, Tom Malinowski leads Thomas Keene Jr., the son of the former governor, Republican governor, 56.4 to 43.6%. Albio Sires, the incumbent Democrat, won against Jason Mushnick, 77 to 21%. No surprise there. Pasquale took out Republican Billy Prempeh, 67 to 30%. No surprise there. Pasquale is the incumbent. Payne, 86 to 11% over Jennifer Znone. And bodyguard Watson Coleman stomped Mark Rizzoli in the 12th. So that's the House races in New Jersey. Let's see what we got in New York. In New York, Carolyn Maloney won. Nicole Malliotakis, Staten Island, is leading challenger or leading Max Rose, 58-41%. I think Max Rose is the incumbent there. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, beat Republican John Cummings 69 to 30%. 39% of a 39% margin of victory for AOC. So she's not going anywhere.
Oh, what a shame.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look and see how Ilhan Omar is doing in Minnesota. So, looking through Minnesota now. I don't know who she's facing. If she's in 13, no. Rashida Tlaib is also up in District 13. Debbie Dingell leads Jeff Jones in District 12 in Minnesota. And I'm still looking to see if I can find the district with Ilhan Omar. So far, no good. Let's see. Yeah, she's Minneapolis. I know this. Brenda Lawrence. She's a Democrat, so she wouldn't be running against Omar. It's got to be District 13 because that's the only one. No, that's one Rashida Tlaib is in. Debbie Dingell, Eric, District 11, no. District 10, no. District 9, no.
5th Congressional District.
She's in the 5th?
Yes.
She's not running?
I don't know. I just found out that she's...
In Minnesota, correct?
Yeah, is the U.S. representative
Oh,
for
wait a
Minnesota's
minute.
5th Congressional District.
Duh. That was my bad. I was in Michigan.
Minnesota.
My bad. She won. So the squad seems like they're not going anywhere, that they're still going to be around. Okay, they've updated. Republican Party has 95 seats. Democratic Party 75 seats. 218 are needed for the majority.
The Senate's still locked.
41-41. And then there's two other parties have 2 seats, independents. So the Republicans have won 11 seats. Democrats won 8. There were no election in 63. So right now we have 80 to 84 seats out of 100 decided.
So Ohio, back to the presidential, Ohio is 80% reporting. Why are they not calling it?
It's 6%, 200,000 votes.
Florida is at 91%.
It's been at 91% forever.
That's what I'm saying. North Carolina is at 91%. Like, why are these races not being called?
Pennsylvania, 31% reporting. Trump has now opened up a 6-point lead on Biden in the Keystone State.
Texas, 70% reporting.
Well, it's only 300,000 difference, and may still be 300,000 votes out in the other 30% of the state. Theoretically, if they all went for Biden, that would shift it. That's why they can't call it. Not that they're going to. The margin should probably stay about the same as what it is right now. And Trump should probably win it. But if there is still, a question, then they won't do it. Arizona right now, 10 points, 71% reporting. Biden is up by 10 points in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Utah, 61% reporting. Trump is up 13 points in Utah. So Biden still needs 140. He needs to double what he has, though, to win the presidency. Trump's still stuck at 98. I don't know what's going on with that.
Because they're not calling any of these states that he's leading in. They're not calling them, so they're not adding them to the total.
Iowa just shifted blue.
Oh, it's been that way for a little while.
Biden 60.6, Trump 37.9.
Mm-hmm.
By about 60,000 votes, 17% reporting. Wisconsin 41% reporting. Donald Trump 51.7, Joe Biden 46.8. About a 60,000 vote deficit there. Michigan 35% reporting. Trump opening up a 13-point lead in Michigan. He's still got a 6-point lead in Ohio with 81% reporting and about 260,000 vote lead. In Pennsylvania, 32% reporting. Trump has a 6 or 7 point lead, 1.1 million to 974,000. So that's a couple 100,000 votes. In Pennsylvania, Trump is up. So it's getting interesting. Montana, 21% reporting and a 14-point lead for Biden of about 16,000 votes. Montana is not a hugely populated state. Again, go ahead, Bob.
I said the Osmonds are still there, so.
Are they still alive? But, this flyover country here, just the fact that some of these states at this moment are leaning blue this late in the game, I think is problematic for the Trump campaign. These are not huge electoral vote winners. They're 3-5 votes or whatever. 3 in Montana, 3 in Wyoming, 6 in Utah. Arizona has 11. New Mexico 5. The Dakotas each have 3. Nebraska has 5, but that's a mixed allocation.
I don't think he won Arizona and New Mexico last time, did he?
He won one of them. I think he won
on Arizona. So
it was Arizona. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was Colorado and New Mexico that he lost.
Mm.
Yeah, Colorado, I knew it.
But also, I'm pretty sure he lost Nevada. I know he lost California, Oregon, and Washington. And Idaho he won Idaho.
Okay.
So we have about a half an hour yet before those final West Coast states polling closes. New Hampshire is still outstanding, and there's a 7-point lead for Biden with only 34% reporting. Come on, New Hampshire.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing over there.
15% reporting in Maine, and Trump has a 6-point lead in Maine.
Oh, wow. The House definitely changed. Go to the House numbers.
102 to 76.
Wow.
218 for a majority. But right now, as we sit, the Democrats have gained 1, Republicans have lost a seat. The net is a net loss of 1 for the Republicans.
Mm.
So back to the presidential race. So are we seeing a path of victory in here for either of them? I'm starting to wonder.
Oh, that would be wild if we had not enough for either. But.
Well, there is a possible outcome of 269, in which case the House of Representatives would pick the president. And the way they would do that is each party's delegation in the House would, and it's going to be the newly seated House, too. It's not the current House, but the newly seated House. So, like, for instance, in New Jersey, Republicans or Democrats control like 12 to 2 or something like that. So they would have 12 Democratic votes and 2 Republican votes. And that's how that would work. So, but this, starting to think about these Western states, if everything holds the way it is, and the red states go to Trump, and I would say even Iowa and Montana probably will end up going to Trump in the end. But then what is the path of victory? Is there any, even with the big numbers out here of electoral college votes, is there enough here for Biden to get him across the line? Because right now, all the states that are leaning red, let's count them. You got your calculator there, Nicole?
No.
Or do you have one on your laptop you can pull up?
Possibly. Let's see. Okay.
All right. 6.
Oh, hang on. Okay.
Plus 38. Plus 10. Plus 10. Plus 16. Plus 18. Plus 33. Plus 4. Plus 15. Plus 16. Plus 29.
Is that it?
Equals.
195.
All right, 195 plus 98.
$293.
So right now, if Trump wins all the red states that are leaning red, that's what his electoral college would be. If you add them all correctly.
Excuse me, sir, what?
If you add them all correctly.
There's the one not doing the math himself, so I think maybe if
I
we
am
read them
running like
correctly, I
16
would've done the
different
math.
programs here with keeping all the video and sound running on 3 different platforms. Thank you very much. You can handle the calculator.
But excuse me. You need to actually, speak the numbers correctly in order for me to add them properly. So if there's an error, it's with you, sir.
There was 2 references of 10. Charlie?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that Charlie wasn't just repeating it, thinking that you might not have heard it. Just
That's a good idea, Bob. It's a good idea to double check him.
us throwing another. I can see that happening, No harm, no foul,
66, 86, 86 and 6. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So if basically, again, addition, if that's all correct, if Trump wins all the states right now that are leaning red, he wins the presidency by 20-some electoral college votes.
I forget. Do you remember what it was last time?
303.
303? No.
Yeah, he won't win as many as last time, but because last time he won, I think, Minnesota and Iowa. We didn't count them because they're leaning blue.
Yeah.
Montana we didn't count because it's leaning blue. So, but there's enough votes there. There is a path to victory for Trump with Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and Texas. That, you know, and in fact, he could even, no, he has to take Utah too. No, he doesn't. 20. No, he doesn't. He can lose Utah, Maine. He could probably even lose with Wisconsin or Michigan and still win. If he keeps Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Texas. That's a pretty big electoral prize.
When did you say the last polls closed on the West Coast?
11.
11, okay.
7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and so on, 11 o'clock. But if these states get called, the results on the West Coast don't matter.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Okay,
Good
they
point.
finally bumped Trump up. Now he's got 108 electoral votes to Biden's 131.
Who did they call? Because I don't see that they called a state. Do you see any change? Because I don't.
Indiana,
No, Indiana was already called a long time ago.
West Virginia, Kentucky, South Carolina, Alabama,
No,
Missouri.
all of those were called.
Missouri. They called
Missouri.
Missouri.
No, I don't know. I thought they were all called. I don't see any change on the map in terms of what they called.
Missouri, we were waiting on.
It was Missouri?
I think
Okay.
so. I think so.
Well, either that or they're just not deciding to add, you know, in a timely fashion. I'm not really sure.
Well, there's a bunch of ex-Hillary Clinton people working at the desk going, no, not again. Oh, my God.
You know, I really am wondering if that's why we're very slow to call some of these red state races.
No,
I'm
because
really wondering.
they didn't call Pennsylvania, Ohio, or Florida until after the 11 o'clock hour last time around.
Oh, was it that late?
Yeah. And they were like in the same thing. Like Florida was like 99% precincts reporting, and they still didn't call it. Well, let's see. You know what we
That's what he
haven't
thinks about it.
You know what we haven't looked at in a while is the national popular vote. Now, according to the Election Night Integrity Project, okay, Trump is up by 2 million votes nationally, 41,174,088. Check that. They just changed it. 41,298,231 to Biden's 39,429,150. And I should probably put those numbers in. And let's see the national percentage, because I think that would be that would lead to some good information. You guys think? That was a question.
Yes.
I'm sorry, say that again. I was looking at the map.
No, I'm putting in the numbers into our own graphic of the national popular vote to see what the percentages are.
Okay.
About a 2-point race, 51 to 49%. And again, this doesn't count the West Coast.
Wow. That's super close.
Yeah. Again, it's not totally unexpected.
No, it's not. I mean, especially just, you know, looking at the state of political discourse in this country, it's really not surprising. But it's just, you know, interesting to see it in you know, black and white in numbers.
Okay.
I mean, you see it anecdotally every day, you know.
Okay, here's something interesting. Again, this is through the Election Night Integrity Project that I'm looking at. And the state Florida had 16% more votes this time around than 2016. So that may also be why they're not calling it, because they have almost 20% more votes.
Okay.
Texas is 4% more than last time around. Delaware, 10% more. Vermont, is at 93.5%. New Hampshire is only 40.6% of votes cast. New Jersey, about 70%. Kentucky, 6% more than cast last time around. Ohio, 92.1%. Michigan, 42.9%. Wisconsin, 50%. Illinois, 65%. Indiana, 75%. Colorado, 95%. Arizona, 93%. Texas, 104%. Tennessee, 111%. Kentucky, 106%. West Virginia, 100%. Pennsylvania, 40%, basically. Maine, 18.2% of the 2016 votes cast. That's interesting. So, thoughts, folks?
It's a very long night.
Yeah, it is.
We haven't even talked about some of the ballot questions.
Let's take a look at those.
I'm wondering how New Jersey's marijuana
Yeah, that's a good point.
ballot is, and it looks like Florida voters approved Amendment 2, boosting the minimum wage to $15 an hour.
Okay. Now, that's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. I actually had a discussion about that today. It sounds really good on paper. But when you look at smaller businesses, mom and pops,
Yeah.
they have to pay their people $15 an hour. I mean, it's great because the cost of living is so high that, $7, $8 an hour may not be cutting it. But once you force $15 an hour, then that means where before they could hire two people at $7.50 each an hour, now they're going to only hire one. That person will make more money, but they're also going to basically have to do the work of two people, or work that two people had previously done in the business. And Amazon was one of the first companies that increased their pay for the minimum starting pay to $15 an hour. But what they did is, as soon as they increased the pay, they took away the workers. Workers used to get a bonus based on how the warehouse did. So what they did is they increased everybody to $15 an hour, but they took away the bonus.
Hmm.
And some people were earning $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a year on that bonus. So, the gods giveth and the gods taketh away.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you mandate, they'll always find a way around it. There's always a loophole that you can get around it. So
You got to cover the cost somehow.
yeah, exactly.
Well, you see, for bigger business, I mean, yeah, for Amazon, Walmart, you know what? They got money all over the place. For them, $15 an hour is like no big deal.
Yeah, hand over fist.
But on the other hand, look at what Walmart, McDonald's, and these other companies have done since they started talking about raising the minimum wage.
Yeah, they've mechanized they've automated more so that they don't have to hire as many.
Yeah, I mean, really, up until a couple years ago, self-checkout wasn't a huge thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's you go into Walmart, even down here in Florida, and there are more openings for self-checkout than there are man checkouts.
Yeah, Quick Check. It's the same thing.
Wawa, Quick Check.
Yep.
And so people are going to lose jobs more than gain them with a higher starting wage, especially in smaller businesses. So I don't know if that's the answer that people are looking for. But it sounds good. And, you know, if you work at a company like Walmart or at the mall or whatever, yeah, okay, you know. But then again, you know, to start at McDonald's, $15 an hour, really?
And Burger King, even worse.
Yeah, exactly.
Go to a Burger King. I don't know how it is in Florida, but I mean, the customer service, they really need to have a refresher course. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, when I first, and Bob, you remember this, when I first moved down to Jersey from New York State in 1987, I was amazed. Okay, first of all, up in New York State, the best that you could hope for in the small town I grew up in the southern tier of New York, in the state, not the city, was making $3.30 an hour, and you were lucky to get 30 hours in a week. Your net pay coming home was about $89 a week. I always thought, and a group of us thought, when I moved down with a group of folks, was that if we moved down to Jersey, down here they were starting people at $6 an hour. And that I thought was incredible. Because up where I was from, the best you could hope for was $3.35 an hour. So we sat down and did all the math, and we figured out how at $200 a week we could do all this great stuff. Of course, until you move down to Jersey, and it's a lot more expensive to live there. But the money, especially on the Jersey Shore, the money flows. You know, there is business to be done in New Jersey if you move there and you get a job. I started a job at $6 an hour, and there were McDonald's at the time was starting people $6 to $8 an hour and providing full benefits because there was an employee shortage. But that was caused by the market. In other words, things were so good along the Jersey Shore and in the Toms River area that there were more jobs than people to fill them. So the companies had to really sweeten the pot to get people to come and sling hamburgers for them. And that was paying people $6, $8 an hour. But the market controlled that. When it went back into recession, people got laid off, wages went back down. But the market controls that. And there is a mechanism within the market in supply and demand. You know, it's like the reason why people made money before COVID with the Trump economy was that he drove unemployment so low that there were more jobs than people to fill them. So even at the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum, companies would have to pay more to get people to come work for them. So therefore, wages at the lower end of the spectrum, in real wages increased. That's the way it works. But now with COVID, all that's out the window, and we're back into unemployment and things because of the plague, but because of the pandemic. But when I first moved down to Jersey, I thought, we were pie in the sky. Oh my God, $200, putting $200 a week in your pocket, and you can live like a king compared to upstate New York. But everything's relative to where you live. I mean, obviously, if you live in Florida, things are more expensive than if you live in West Virginia. So
your town of Afton, even though when the seven of us or so came and walked down to the convenience street, the police car had to follow us because we looked dangerous.
Yeah. You don't have groups of seven or more at Afton, I'll tell you, unless something bad's going on.
There's a problem down here.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if the cop, if he doesn't know who you are, if he doesn't know everybody in that group, something's fishy.
I think, fortunately, Charlie, you knew the officer and you walked over and said, yes, they do look strange, because we did. And they're from Jersey. That makes it even worse, but they're okay,
Yeah, but all right. So basically, Bob and I were members of a Star Trek fan organization, and we would go to conventions, and sometimes those conventions would be in Syracuse and in upstate New York. So what we would do is we would all go together, crash out at my parents' place in Afton, and then we'd go to the convention, come back, crash at my parents' place, and then head back to Jersey, the Jersey Shore. And it was one of those kind of outings with our group of folks that we were wandering the streets of Afton and got some serious, what y'all doing down these parts? But that was fun. That was a lot of fun.
They wind up the streets at night.
Yeah.
sidewalk.
Yeah.
That's what they do up here too. They roll up the sidewalks. Everything is kind of closed after a certain early hour. So
So yeah, but you know, I mean, so down here, you know, or in the New York metro area or the Philly metro area, you know, $15 an hour, especially by bigger businesses. Yeah, I can see that. But when you mandate it for the smaller mom and pop, the guy who has just, you know, him and his brother, and they hire a couple waitresses for a pizza shop, you know, they really can't, or a delivery guy, they really can't afford $15 an hour. Unless you want the price of your pizza to go up to $25 for a pie.
well, that's what I was just going to bring up, is that everything is going to go. The prices of everything are going to go up because they have to make it up somehow. So.
And the easiest way is pass it on to the consumer, but the only problem is then you have to worry about your market. And again, this is the big problem. This is what, it is funny because, all right, you had mom and pop hardware stores, department stores and things, and curio shops of all manner of things in these various towns. Then you have somebody like Walmart comes in, and their stuff is made in China, so it's dirt cheap. It puts the mom and pops out of business because they can't charge as little as Walmart for the same stuff. Then, once Walmart comes in and decimates everything and sucks up all the money, which takes it out of the community and takes it and drops it in Arkansas, where Walmart's based, then you have Jeff Bezos and Amazon come in and kick the heck out of Walmart. So now all these towns like Cranberry, instead of having their own bookstore and curio shops, like what was that one? The one Charms by Claire, that people came from all around the region to go to. Instead of having that, what do we have in Cranberry? An Amazon warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
Sad, very sad.
Yeah.
Well, in New Jersey, perhaps they think we'll all forget all this because we'll be smoking weed.
Well, the governor's been doing it for the last 2 years, so.
What do you think, Bob? Is it going to pass?
It looks, well, I'm seeing a post here. It's not confirmed, but it says New Jersey voted yes. New Jersey, the ganja state. This is on what page? Monmouth County Progressives. Maybe they'd know. Dope blog and podcasts.
Yeah, they probably would know.
You know, they're following this very closely.
Yeah.
Remember where the weed man originated from?
Trenton. Actually, wasn't he? He's Browns Mills.
Exactly. I figured you'd remember that.
Yeah, because I had when I was the editor for the Community News in Browns Mills when I worked for Journal Register, and you did the New Egypt Press, and I did the Community News. I had one of my freelancers actually interview him when he was running for governor.
Yep.
Yeah, the weed man.
Yep. New Egypt was Mayberry, and you had more like Deliverance.
Oh.
Love you, Browns Mills. Yeah.
The hate mail from Pemberton Township and Dave Patriarca, the mayor and ex-detective, is coming your way. Because remember, Bob, that's his town. You know.
Yeah, and whenever I pass Lakehurst Road and I look over to that, it was a salon after Community News Office went out, you know. Now I don't even know what it is, but I still look over there and think, community news,
Oh, the weeks I spent there. I lived in South Brunswick because that was the first beat that I covered, and I was living there. And then I eventually went to Community News, and it was covering Browns Mills and Pemberton Township. And it's about, for those of you who may not be familiar, it's about 55 minutes from South Brunswick to Pemberton Township. And then we made the paper in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
On the outskirts of Philadelphia, which was another hour from the Community News. Our deadline was Wednesday.
Yeah.
And basically it was a rush on Tuesdays to get, Monday and Tuesday to get all the news into the paper and lay it out and all that. It was a one-person operation, basically. So a lot of times, what I ended up doing was I would leave my house in South Brunswick on Monday, and I would stay overnight in the office on a blow-up mattress on Monday night and Tuesday night, get the paper done on Wednesday, and then go back home to South Brunswick, take Thursday and Friday off, to just do stuff by phone, and then start the weekend, start gearing up again.
I forgot that you had done that commute. I forgot that you had not found a place local, more local. I forgot that.
No, yeah. It was, it wasn't so bad. Like, it worked out really well. I didn't mind it at all. Because you didn't really have a whole lot of time. You were working busting ass to get that paper out.
Yes, that was the goal, just to make sure it got out and with as few typos as possible.
Yeah, and laying it out in Cork was a real pain, but it was what it was. And then, going back home Wednesday night when it was all done, I would hit Route 1. I would take 95 to Route 1, and I would stop at the Red Lobster in South Brunswick. And Wednesday night, because they were open later, as long as I got there before 9, all was good. And I got there like 8:30, and I would have my crab meat and Alfredo, and a couple cocktails. And then I would drive the other 15 miles from Red Lobster up Route 1 to where I lived in South Brunswick. And it was great. I mean, then when I got there at Red Lobster, it's like, okay, you can have a nice drink, and you can have crab meat and Alfredo. You've made it through another week. Praise be. And did that for, actually it was only about 9 months, and then I moved to Connecticut. Then they moved me up to the Registered Citizen as a daily reporter in Torrington, Connecticut, which was a whole nother adventure.
We never could hold on to a community news editor for too long.
Well, that was, actually it was good because our boss, Robbie Kenny,
yeah,
really great guy, Robbie. I know you said you were interested in checking this out tonight. If you're there, we love you, Robbie. When he left, we got Louis Hockman.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
And he became the executive editor for the papers. So by the time that the opening came up in Torrington, I was very happy to go from Pemberton Township to 4 hours away in Connecticut. Up in Siberia.
Yeah.
That's, on one hand, I was glad to go. On the other hand, it felt like I was being put on the whatever front in World War II, whenever the Germans sent their troops to the Russian front. It was like Siberia up there. But it was really great. The people were amazing. A lot of friends I made up there. Torrington is great. Torrington, Connecticut. I covered two really great things while I was up there. One of them was the election of Ryan Bingham. Ryan was a 22-year-old Marist graduate. His mother was a state representative, Ann Ruette. And he was 22 years old, and he was going up against, I was a Republican, and going up against a popular two-term incumbent Democrat, Owen Quinn, who's about 50-something. And when I first got up there, the running joke was, well, okay, Owen, how bad are you going to beat this kid? This kid is just a kid. He's 22. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's running for mayor of a city. Then I met the kid. And he was a poli-sci graduate from Marist. And he had, when you meet somebody who's running for office, if they have the stuff to win. You just know it. Brett Schudler had it when he won when he ran. Bill Baroni had it before Bridgegate when he was running for state assembly and state senate. You talk to these candidates and you can tell pretty much who can win and who can't, who's got the right stuff. And I was surprised to find out this 22-year-old college graduate had the right stuff. He just came across like a candidate with something. And when he won by 215 votes and ended up doing a really good job. He did like 2 or 3 terms as mayor of Torrington, Connecticut, of the city. And his first job, but imagine your first job out of college is $89,000 a year mayor of a city, of a smallish city. And that was a huge story. It got some national attention. And of course, this was the year when Joe Lieberman, who was a Democrat and former vice presidential candidate with Al Gore, the Democrats threw him under the bus and refused to recognize him as a Democratic candidate. So they primaried him with Ned Lamont, who's the current governor of Connecticut, who is basically a cable executive, and I don't mean like cable TV as in cable news or whatever. He's like one of the guys who's like cable systems. He'll put in your town, and he's a millionaire, whatever. And he was running against Lieberman for the Senate. Lieberman eventually beat him, and then he came back to run for governor. But Lamont was a guy. Torrington was a working class city, and all blue collar. But the suburbs of Torrington, Goshen, and not Goshen, New York, but Goshen, Connecticut, and those places, they had like Paul Newman lived there. David Letterman had a place up there. Rip Torn had one up there, and a bunch of DWIRS. Ralph Nader's mother lived there. Ralph Nader visited there a lot. So there was a lot of money in the suburbs. So when Lamont was running for Senate, he would have all of his rallies in these rich areas, and he would never come into the city of Torrington. The closest he came in, he put up election headquarters literally right on the border of Torrington and Goshen and the suburb. He came in with his car from Goshen, cut the ribbon to open the thing, and then him and his entourage turned right back around to go to a fundraiser out in the richer lands rather than come in the city and talk to any of us working class folk. He's now the governor of Connecticut. But anyway, I did get to cover, the point was I did get to cover Joe Lieberman's Senate run while I was there, the registered citizen, and that's one of the high points I look at in my career. That was a lot of fun.
Charlie?
Yeah. I can shut up now.
I hate to interrupt story time. However, we have some developments. So New Hampshire has been called for Biden. California, Oregon, Washington have all been called for Biden. Idaho has been called for Trump, and Montana is leaning red. And that's where we are right now.
Biden, according to the Associated Press, we're looking at Biden with 209 electoral votes, Trump 112. Biden is 61 electoral votes away from the presidency. Wow, everybody got quiet.
Well, I mean, there's a whole ton of races they haven't called yet.
Yeah, well, like I said before, if Trump holds all these red ones, in the Northeast and Midwest, and
what
Texas,
I'm saying is,
he's
why
got
don't they
it.
just call them? Florida's at 97%, like Ohio's at 90%, like
Yeah,
North
I think
Carolina 94%.
Well,
Call them.
less than
So we're getting to that point where they were called last time.
yeah, but this time you're talking about in Florida. You're talking about a difference of 300,000 votes, 300,000 and change. Would that translate to 3% of the vote? In other words, in the 3% that have not reported yet, are there 300,000 votes there that if Biden were to get every one, he'd win the state? That's what I think. They're 90% in Ohio. Now, Ohio, I don't understand because there's a 12-point difference. There's a 400,000 vote. How many people vote? All right, well, all right, I can see that. All right. Because figure 5.2 million. So about 10% of that is what? 500,000. Right? So the difference between them is less than 500,000 votes. And 500,000 votes are approximately still outstanding.
It's just very frustrating, like when there's like a billion of them out there, and they just keep calling these blue states. Like, what the hell?
Well, I mean, in California, there's zero. I mean, there's no doubt. Oregon, 55% reporting, 64 to 33% Biden. Washington, they haven't got any numbers yet. Arizona, 73% reporting, and we got 53 to 45%.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado, 80% reporting. You got a 15-point deficit that Trump would have to overcome, or 400,000 votes. Montana's pretty tight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 32% reporting, you're talking 50.2 to 47.6. So that's pretty tight.
Yeah.
92,087 is 5,000 votes. So I can see them not calling Montana. But Montana, if Trump loses Montana, really? Iowa's still blue. 59% reporting.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about 80,000 votes. So.
And Nevada's the last one we're waiting on.
Nevada, Alaska, and Hawaii.
Oh, well. I don't really count them because they're not, they're not cool enough to be on the mainland. So.
Okay, Nicole, your turn to regale us with some kind of story from somewhere.
Some kind of story from somewhere.
Yeah.
Drawing a blank.
Something from your career that you enjoyed or covered.
Yeah, I'm thinking. My homeschooling. My adventures in homeschooling was interesting.
Okay.
And I think you and I had discussed it before I even attempted to do a story on it. But yeah, like I did 2 pieces actually on homeschooling, which was very interesting because I'd never really thought about it before. And then I talked to some homeschoolers and it was like the coolest thing I'd ever heard because you just make up your own curriculum, your own education as you go along, basically. And depending on what state you're in, I mean, it depends on, the regulations you have to follow, but
Right.
Jersey is generally considered a good state for homeschoolers because they're not terribly restrictive in terms of what you need to do. which is kind of shocking for Jersey. You think they'd want to regulate the hell out of it, but not so much here. So New York is worse. I mean, that's usually the case, but Jersey's usually kind of in lockstep with New York. So I just kind of figured it'd be the same, but it actually wasn't. It's actually quite free in Jersey for homeschooling. So, you know, and these parents, like so many of the, it's like so many different ways of homeschooling. You know, some of them have like, you know, their little homeschooling room where they sit down and, you know, they do, you know, X amount of hours, you know, per day, and then they're done. And some of them just kind of treat it like a life experience, you know, kind of like the Amish do, you know, where they kind of just teach their kids, you know, everything they need to know just by doing it. Kind of the same thing where, like, you know, you take, you know, a trip to the zoo and turn it into, like, you know, all kinds of different curriculum lessons. So it was just very interesting because I'd never explored, you know, homeschooling or any other education system really outside of, you know, the public schools, which really could use some work, to put it mildly. So yeah, it was pretty interesting doing that.
What about you, Bob? What story do you have from your career you could regale us with?
Gosh, let's see. After all these years, what should I narrow it down to? Like an election night of the past, or
That'd be cool.
something like that? Let's see.
Any race that you covered that really stood out, that you really either enjoyed covering or were surprised by?
I remember one where, and while you were away, Nicole and I we had talked something about, or maybe it was when you were here, when we were saying that the loser parties were actually more fun to cover because there'd be more food available.
Yeah, that was you and I. That was you and I.
But I do remember when the late he was running for freeholder, Tim Ryan, who passed away last year. He was running for freeholder and he was unsuccessful. And that was a year that was very bad for the Democrats that year. That we're going back way back, and my memory may be failing, but I believe it was the same time that John Russo lost to the assembly, and I don't know if Marlene, no, I'm sorry, John Paul Doyle lost the assembly, and Marlene Lynch Ford, who I think you might remember from way.
Oh yeah, I remember Marlene.
Yeah, I believe she was on the same ticket. So yeah, it was a bad year for the Democrats, and they were holding their party over at the what was then called the Clarion. I think it's got a different name now, or maybe it had a different name then. It is now the Clarion, but on Route 37 in Toms River.
Okay.
So I remember going there. And the spirits were not, were not good, but I do remember it was everybody was like crying in their beer, and they were sharing a lot of different stories and things like that, and I guess they were kind of glad that somebody was there to cover them, even though they had not been successful. But that stands out. But there was just so many. Election night was always just so exciting because you would go out to see people and get the statements, quotes from them, even though sometimes they weren't in a condition to make a statement because they were very. I'll just leave it at that. You would get very incoherent kind of things. But yeah, there was a lot of different races, and then there was ones where you could just predict everything. It was like none of it was a big surprise.
Oh yeah.
But Lavalette, our we have fond memories of our Lavalette, where you lived at
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So
Oh yeah.
I do remember one where and back in my Ocean County Review days, we covered those little campaign gatherings that the local Democrat club or the local Republican club would put on.
Right.
And I'll never forget the one that was at the Cozy Nook. Remember that? Long gone now. And the Republicans were counting the people that were coming in for the Democrat fundraiser.
Yeah,
Like,
I remember
guess
that. I remember that now.
yeah, and I even went up and asked him. I said, "What are you doing? You're not coming in here, right?" You know, 'cause I knew who they were supporting, and they're like, "Oh no, we're just." And it's like you're counting the people. You're writing down who's going in. That's like so weird. I'm sorry, my
That's
dogs
fine.
are not happy with that story.
Hey, Nicole, here's one that you
I will
remember
have to come upstairs soon.
that you can relate.
I can't hear you.
I said, here's one that you can relate.
What?
What happened with Andrew Zwicker?
What do you mean?
The concession speech that turned out not to be a concession speech.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty funny. Yeah, and I still to this day have that audio recording. Just in case there was ever any question, I saved it. It's still in my recorder.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, no, I completely forgot about that.
All right, I have to break off while you guys go over that, and I will be back.
Okay. Yeah, so we went to cover election night in Princeton, and we went to Conti's, and Andrew Zwicker was there. And at that point, the returns were coming in, and it just was not looking good for him. So he stood up and he gave, his concession speech, and, everybody was so sad and upset and everything. And, I'm recording it because I'm like, okay, I'll pull my quotes later, whatever. So so then it turned out like more ballots came in that they didn't count, and he ended up winning the whole thing. It was crazy.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was just nuts. I mean, and so, but just in case there was ever any question about anything, I still have the speech. Like, so it was pretty neat. But that was fun. I mean, they had like, pizza and whatnot. So it was a good time.
What a great lead you must have had with that, like concession speech, victory after, or victory after concession speech. Yeah.
It was cool. Yeah, it was cool. It was a lot of fun. Definitely, I think you had a little bit more energy running around covering, normal elections as opposed to this one where, everybody's kind of like not really allowed to go to things, parties and whatnot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's like trying to find like, a party of candidates and all. Are they having them? Are they not having them? Like, are we doing it all by Zoom meeting?
Yeah. I mean, even going into a polling place, that used to be part of the routine, at least stop by outside and talk to some people, if not, get in what, but, with no sense of even trying that this year other than saying, oh, well, there's a line,
Yeah, exactly. So this year, I imagine it probably was not very much fun, covering the election, but, years past, I mean, it was great. We'd, party hop, go to this one, go to that one, go to the next one, meet all the candidates and see who won and who didn't. And so now it's just Nevada that we're waiting on. Nevada has no results in, and then we're just waiting on them to call these other races. I think there's like 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, there's like 12 races that are out, and then Nevada that has nothing in. But interestingly, Maine flipped blue. It was leaning red, and it's 51.8 for Joe Biden to 45.4 for Donald Trump now. So with 42% in. So that'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. So
little by little, we're getting more numbers.
Huh?
I said little by little, we're getting more numbers, but very
little. Yeah.
Very little.
It's a very strange election this year. I think actually, let me amend that. Very strange everything this year.
Oh.
Election included, but
The books. We are going to have memories of this incredible year for a very long time.
mm-hmm.
Like everything like after 2020. Yes, I remember.
Yeah, yep.
There was before 2020 and then there was after
After 2020, yeah.
2020, which was just a crack in time.
Mm-hmm. Because I mean, literally, it's been like there were like 3 normal months of the year, January, February, most of March, and then it was just bizarre from there on out.
Well, on Sunday, like the same group that Charlie was, was part of back in the 80s, early 90s, we're still around, and we just had our monthly meeting, and which was, the 8th meeting on Zoom. I said, well, here we are, our 8th meeting on Zoom since the start. I said, I can't believe that I'm saying this,
Yeah.
And, we normally meet at a community center in Seaside Heights. And I'm like, even when the pandemic is lessened or whatever, they're not going to just say, oh, the community center is available. You can come back now. Like, it'll have to be designated, and who knows when they'll say we're opening it up to the public, because they don't want the liability, I'm sure.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's the problem, is that so many people are going to be like, oh, we can't do this, we can't do that because of the liability.
Yeah.
Getting back to normal is going to take a while.
Well, I found out that our library system, the library is having, as of next week, they're having normal hours again, because before that it was like 10 to 2, and then they would have another shift of, say, 2:30 to 7, and that would be it.
Mm-hmm.
So now, now they're going to go back to somewhat of normal, but normal also includes wearing your mask inside, which if you're on a computer in there, you and I both wear glasses, they fog up easy. So
Yep. Good luck seeing anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not really feasible for a long time, like it's great. You just want to run in real quick to grab something, okay, fine. But, if you're trying to actually do something, it is really problematic.
And I'm wondering, I mean, I've been feeling very bad for the movie industry,
Oh, yeah.
and all that. In fact, a few weeks ago, I went to, there was a buffet place, and I was actually able to go inside. I was thinking I would just get pickup, and I found out to my surprise that they were actually doing, I guess, the 25%, indoor. So, and there was plenty of tables, empty around me. So I felt pretty safe. But they actually, you don't help yourself. They put it on your plate with screens and everything else. So it was a different kind of experience. So in that same plaza is the movie theater. And afterwards I walked down there, and it was very depressing to see the empty poster slots, that were, no posters were in there, and the same sign that had been put up in March and hadn't been changed.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know what possessed me to do it, but I made a phone call that was on the sign, to them, and the woman's voice that said, "We will be closed until further notice," and she sounded just so depressed. And that message must have been from March. So
yeah.
But I found out yesterday that they will be finally reopening, and that while you can't buy concession there, you can buy, or you can purchase on your way out a giant bag of popcorn. So
there you go. So yeah,
popcorn while you're in the socially distanced table, area. And I guess you can sit there and watch the movie. I guess you have to wear your mask at the time, which would be murder on the glasses.
Mm-hmm.
And then you could bring your popcorn home, your giant bag of popcorn.
Well, there are some some movie theaters where you can actually rent them out for like $99.
Yeah. I think they're offering that too at this one.
I'm wondering though, is that just for you or for like a group of 20 people? I mean, how many people can you put in there?
You in a group, I heard.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they have like specific number requirements, but it is for you in a group.
Well, that'd be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be a good way to do a family birthday or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least during the pandemic.
Yep.
For New Jersey, we can't do anything outside of 25 right now. I mean, even council meetings, I mean, I make sure to get there early so I'm not number 26 meeting. But fortunately, one of my towns has started to do the live streaming, even though they're live, and when it's a town that's good 35, almost 40 minutes away, it's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna just catch the live stream.
That makes. I love it when the Board of Ed and the council do live.
Yeah.
Because then you can sit there and you can get quotes and all that good stuff, and it makes it a lot easier, and you can actually start writing your story, which helps.
Yeah.
So, 49% of Pennsylvania is reporting right now.
Mm-hmm.
And this is going to turn out to be a huge state, 20 electoral votes. Trump is up by 13%. Now, Pennsylvania, as I was just reminded while I was away, is one of the states that just went through a lawsuit and may not count their votes for like 9 days after the election.
Sounds good. All right.
Now, it's going to turn out maybe that Pennsylvania is pivotal in this race.
Maybe.
It'll be the new Florida.
Yeah, right.
Florida right now is at 98% reporting, and Trump is up by about 400,000 votes. So I don't know why they're not calling that. Texas is 75%, and Trump is up by 4 points. He's up by about 400,000 votes. Iowa, 74% reporting. Check this out.
It flipped.
Iowa, 49.4% for Trump, 48.9% for Biden. That's virtually a dead heat. We're talking 6,000 votes in Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
6,000 is the margin right now. Wisconsin, 62% reporting. 51.6% for Trump, 46.9% for Biden, about 200,000 votes.
Montana flipped back.
Montana, 33% reporting, 50.9% for Trump, 46.9% for Biden. That's about a 5-point spread, 4-point spread. And we're talking about 12,000 votes. That's a lot in Montana. Maine flipped back blue. 52.4% to 44.8%. A difference of about 40,000 votes in Maine, with 48% reporting. New York. New York's only, 16 points.
New York, I'm surprised at how close it is right now.
It's about 800,000 votes.
It is very
So that's Ohio, 94% reporting. Trump has a pretty good lead there, 8 percentage points, 400,000 votes in Ohio. Georgia, 70% reporting. Trump is up by 9 points in Georgia, or about 300,000 votes. North Carolina, I think, wasn't this the one that was like a dead heat?
Yeah.
Trump has expanded his lead to about 1.5 points, and is up by about 100,000 votes. Well, it's definitely not like it was in 2016. That's for sure.
Yeah.
60% reporting in Minnesota. Again, this is a state with all the lockdowns. Gretchen Whitmer was the governor, Democratic governor, and Trump really thought he could take Minnesota because of everything that was happening there. But he is down right now, 55.6 to 42.4. So that's about 13 points. And about 300,000 votes with 60% reporting. And that's an important one when you get to a race like this, because if Pennsylvania is not going to be known, let's say for another week or so, Trump needs those votes, because Trump could still win the presidency tonight, even without Pennsylvania. But all the other red states have got to be called for him tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, because, I mean, Nevada, Alaska, and Hawaii. We never even talked about Arkansas. I think maybe that was just a gimme. Yeah, 62, 34%, almost 30 points, 83% reporting. Trump's got that locked. 30% lead with 58% reporting in Washington. Almost 30 points with 68% reporting in Oregon. 70 to 20, no big surprise there. In California with 48% reporting. Arizona, Biden's up by 5 and 3 is 8%. By about 200,000 votes. Most of these states, if you notice, are between 1 and 200,000 votes is separating them.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. Trump is starting to, I think, open up a little bit in 400,000 or 500,000.
In what?
In Texas, 51% to 46.9, 47 about. Almost 5-point lead in Texas. 5 percentage points. Let's take a look at our. So now we're looking at the popular vote. And as expected, with the votes coming in from the West Coast, Biden has taken the lead by about 1.2 million votes in the popular vote, which is not unexpected. Votes counted by state, 98.4% of 2016 in Washington, 90% in Oregon, only 55% in California, 112% in Texas, 116% in Florida, 84% in Georgia, 70% and 89% in Alabama, 95% in Arkansas, 58% of the 2016 votes in Mississippi. Tennessee is up 17%, Kentucky up 9%, West Virginia up 5%, Ohio right at 100% of the votes cast in 2016, Indiana 83%, Pennsylvania only 56%. That again is 102% in Vermont. Only 60% of the votes cast in New Hampshire. Now, this could also mean, with some of these so low, is that there's still a lot of mail-in ballots to count.
Mm-hmm.
Because most of the states seem to be, at least in the 70s or 80s of what the 2016 totals were. And that could either be people not voting or people voting by mail. But I think if you look at the trend nationwide, many, many states are between 8 and 20% over the number of votes they received in 2016. So that kind of signals nationally that a pretty big turnout. Mm-hmm. So these states that are only reporting 50 or 60 or 40% of the votes to 2016 probably means they have a lot of mail-in ballots to go through. Which, again, is not great news for the Trump campaign. because that's all these states in here. And, with PA at, only 50% to what they were in 2016, does that mean there's another 4 or 5 million votes sitting in a warehouse somewhere to be counted? And is
Not
it?
necessarily.
I mean, no, it doesn't necessarily mean that, but it could mean that. And that's when you look at the rest of the states going so far over the 2016 totals with a much greater turnout. And then you have some states with a super low turnout, way less than 2016. It either means people decided not to vote, which with COVID is possible, or that they voted by other means and those votes still haven't been counted.
Mm-hmm.
One or the other. But if you look at what the trend is nationally, it appears that more states than not were voting above the 2016 level. So that would tell me that there's probably more mail-in ballots out there that have yet to be counted. I could be wrong. All right, we got to take another commercial break here real quick with the for our listeners on the radio station. So hang tight, everybody, and we will get this done.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com, brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
And we're back with going into our fifth hour, guys. Do you ever think you could do something like this? So we're in the fifth hour of our election night coverage for 2020. And trying to keep things going here while we're waiting for the final states. We still have some very important states: Maine, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Texas, Wisconsin, Iowa, Michigan, Ohio, Montana, yet to be called. We're still waiting for numbers to come in from Nevada, Alaska, and Hawaii. Right now, Joe Biden has a lead of 209 to 118 in the Electoral College for the race for presidency. So that's where we are. And we did some math before. And basically, if the states right now that are showing that they're leaning red, where President Trump is leading, if he maintains that lead and those states are called for him, then he will win the presidency with about 293 Electoral College votes. Now, 20 of those Electoral College votes could come from Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, only 51% of the precincts are reporting currently. President Trump has a 5-point lead, and about 500,000 vote lead in the Keystone State. Pennsylvania is one of the states that went through a court battle and does not have to have all their ballots counted by today, but has additional days up to, I think it's 9 days to do that. So President Trump would have to win all the reds right now, the states that he's leading in, excluding Pennsylvania, and he would have 273 Electoral College votes. If our math was correct.
Which it should be because, I did it.
Okay. That's the certified result right there.
Certified ballot accountant.
Certified ballot accountant. Nicole M. Wells. I'm Charles W. Kim, and we're joined also by journalist Robert Bossler from New Jersey. And we're going through the election night, and we're seeing what's going on. Now, a lot of these states are still not calling. And Florida, 98% of the precincts are reporting. Now, whether that means they have a whole lot of mail-in ballots they still haven't gotten to yet, or what that means is not really clear. But Trump has a 4-point lead of about a little more than, or a little less than 400,000 votes. But Florida has still not been called. The entire West Coast, of course, went for Biden. The big states in the East, Jersey, New York, Connecticut, New England, all went for Biden. Virginia, they called for Biden. Now he's actually, to answer your question, Nicole, 76% of Virginia is reporting, and Biden has about a 200,000 vote lead over Trump. So
it would have been nice if they had, waited until that actually occurred before they called it, instead of making it look bizarre all night,
Yeah. Now, with the states that are still outstanding, right now, Biden is only could count on maybe 10, 14 electoral votes that have not been awarded to him yet of blue leading states. I'll say 14, 11, 25. That would put him at about 232. Isn't that about where Clinton was?
Somewhere in that neighborhood, yeah.
So, and we all know how that election turned out. The states that are leaning red at this moment, where Trump is leading in, are pretty much all must-wins for the incumbent president in order to be reelected. One thing we can definitely say from tonight is there is no clear landslide either way. Right?
I see that Fox called Florida for Trump. NBC News has not.
Right. Well, we are going, the states that we're looking at, this is all the Associated Press is what we're using.
I know. I'm just throwing that in just for reference. That's all.
But I think it's clear tonight that there is no landslide victory for either the Trump campaign or the Biden campaign.
No, I think it's a bitterly contested story of two Americas. You have, the the same battle lines as 2016. It's just people have dug a little deeper into their positions. And they're holding fast to them and they're not letting go, and everybody's convinced that their side is the correct side. So I think it's really just a picture of disunity, within the country more than anything else.
Well, I also think that there is obviously some erosion of a little bit of erosion from the support President Trump had in 2016.
Oh, without a doubt. And there's a lot of, as this year goes on, there's loads of doubts of anything, and usually when people have a lot of doubt, they are looking for greener pastures and a different face and a different, even one like Joe Biden, who's been in this political game for a very long time now. So, generally if things aren't going well, you want to change immediately. So,
and again,
wow. While we were talking, gentlemen, Nevada is leaning Trump. 77.5% for Trump, 20% for Joe Biden.
4,000 votes counted, 1% reporting, but at least it's coming in for Trump early.
Yeah, that's wow. I think it went to
Clinton last
time, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, I think you're going to see some change up. I think Minnesota, went for Trump last time. Now it's going to go for Clinton.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Clinton.
Well,
Biden.
No, it went for Clinton last time.
Last time.
Yeah, no, but you said now it's going to go for Clinton. So I was like, no.
That's Biden. Biden this time. But I think that's one state. But again, until some of these states are called, right now it looks, but it did the same thing last time too, until it was a little bit earlier tonight, about 9:00, where Trump started gaining they were calling states and his number to 270 increase. But if you look at the map and the numbers that are still outstanding, Joe Biden, even though he's 209 now, Trump's 118. It's still, if the red areas go to Trump, he's president. He's basically still maintains control over that blue Hillary Clinton wall, and Florida and Texas. So, he needs that combination as a path to victory. Mm-hmm. And again, we go back to what 538 Nate Silver earlier tonight before we went on the air. He said that there was an 80% chance of a Biden presidency and that Democrats would keep control of the House and take control of the Senate. And now we'll take a look at those. In the House of Representatives right now, Republicans have 141, Democrats have 114, 218 is needed for a majority. And there is a lot of leaning red that I'm seeing on the national map.
Mm-hmm.
But also you got California. Some of these red is one, whereas like in California they have like 6 seats. New Jersey, 7 for the Democrats, 1 for the Republican. And those are decided races. There are still a bunch of races that are not decided. So, will they get that? Now, as far as the Senate goes, Republicans are currently, they could only lose 4 seats, but really only 3 seats. Because if Biden wins the presidency, then they lose Pence, who's acts as president of the Senate and casts the deciding vote if it's 50-50. He would cast the deciding vote. So they can really only afford to lose really 3 seats. Right now they're up 45-42, 51 needed for a majority in the Senate. So unfortunately this doesn't tell us what the net is in these races for the House and for the Senate as far as who's picking up seats or who's losing seats. But the Republicans need 6 more seats in the Senate to maintain their majority, at least 6. The Democrats need 9. So we will see. Because, well, actually, the Democrats have 42. There are 2 seats that are independent. One of them is Bernie Sanders. So that's 44. So they need 7. They need 7. Republicans need 6. It's coming right down to the wire. Of the remaining, let's see, 4 and 4 is 8, 87, 89. 11 seats right now are up for grabs as we speak to make this difference up, which is about a third of the, because every so many years when the Senate goes up, those are for 6-year seats, and it's a third of the Senate goes up at a time. I think 35 seats were up in this election, so about a third of those races are still not decided. So we will see. Iowa's leaning. Joe Ernst is leading, a Republican. In Michigan, John James is leading by a lot with 49% reporting. And in Maine, Susan Collins is beating Sarah Gideon. Susan Collins, though, is not really a firm Republican vote in the Senate. Anything but. North Carolina, Tom Tillis, in a tight one, 100,000 vote difference with 93% reporting against Cal Cunningham. And that's a closely watched race. John James, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That would put the Republicans at 49. Democrats, on the other hand, are right now winning in Montana, 51% reporting. Steve Bullock is beating Steve Daines. Steve Bullock, the Democrat, is beating Steve Daines, the Republican, 51 to 48%. That's about a 2-point race and about 6,000 vote difference. In Minnesota, Tina Smith is 8 points ahead of Republican Jason Lewis, with 67% of the precincts reporting. In New Mexico, Democrat Ben Ray Lujan, 51% of the vote. Republican Mark Ronchetti, 46.5%. And their difference is about 30,000 votes, 70% reporting. Arizona, Mark Kelly, still 10 points above Martha McSally by about 300,000 votes. So right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 leaning red, which would bring the Republicans to 49, and 1, 2, 3, 4 leaning blue, which would bring the Democrats to 46, plus the 2 unaffiliated is 48. So there has got to be somewhere in here 2 other races that I'm not seeing, maybe Alaska or Hawaii, that would decide this. And it's going to come down to literally 1 or 2 votes. So that's the story on the Senate.
Congress has some interesting development. The New York Times is reporting that Marjorie Taylor Greene is victorious in Georgia, and that she is associated with QAnon, which I'm probably pronouncing wrong, and I should know better.
QAnon,
because the whole thing just, drives me crazy. The 2020 election brought QAnon into the party, according to that article. It is the New York Times. scored its first national political victory on Tuesday when she, a supporter of the convoluted pro-Trump conspiracy theory, won a House seat in Georgia, bringing into the halls of Congress an online movement. So,
And Georgia will stay kind of a Republican-dominated congressional state, 8-2. Looks like.
yeah.
Well, 144 Republicans, 117 Democrats. Those races have been called. Now, again, we have to remind whether you're looking at the Associated Press, Fox News, CNN, or whoever you're looking at. These are all right now unofficial numbers. And Bob and I can tell you, and Nicole can tell you, from our time actually covering elections, for real, that the elections, even at the local level, are not certified by the counties usually until at least several days after the election. So all results, for the time being, that are being reported by whoever they're being reported by, are unofficial. I think we should probably keep that in mind a little extra this
Wait it
year.
out.
Yeah.
Because of the mail-in ballots and COVID and everything else, that these things could change. There's not, you say, if you watch the old movie War Games, when they were looking at an enemy sub off the coast or whatever, they would say, well, confidence is high that it really was there. In the case of the movie, it really wasn't there. It was a computer-played game. But I think it's very hard to look at the results tonight, no matter where they're coming from, and say confidence is high that this is the way the election is panning out. So much can change in the next week.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's scary. It's scary a little bit because there have been the news media keeps saying there is no evidence of voter fraud, but there are plenty of stories of voter fraud around the country. Will that play a part this year? Who knows? But a case where even 1,000 ballots that are found somewhere after the fact, and some of these, we saw some of these presidential numbers tonight where it was down to a couple thousand votes. And, we've certainly, Nicole and I and Bob, have covered races that have been decided by a handful of votes.
Yeah.
That really does happen. I mean, there really are elections with 5 or 6 votes making a difference, even if you have 100,000 people voting. Remember, Rush Holt and Dick Zimmer comes to mind. Well, that literally was decided by, I think, less than 100 votes. The story Nicole was talking about before with Andrew Zwicker and Donna Simon, that came down to 78 votes in the 12th New Jersey Legislative District, which is like 100,000 people. So it came down to 78 votes. Yeah.
Every vote counts.
Every vote counts. Every vote counts. And we're seeing that tonight. We looked at North Carolina at one point. I mean, it's still pretty tight. It's 48.7 to 50.1% to 48.7. It's less than 100,000 votes separating Trump and Biden. And, you look at whatever. Maybe one of you guys could look up what is the population of North Carolina? To get an idea of what 100,000 votes means. They're saying 94% reporting. But what is the population of North Carolina?
Let's see.
If 100,000 would make that big of a difference.
As of 2019, 10.49 million.
So 100,000 would be what? 10%? No, it'd be 1%. Wait. 10 million. And then we don't really know how many are registered out of that 10 million.
Yeah.
Probably about half. So figure 5 million. 100,000 times 10 is a million. So it's about 5% of the population. Or probably of the registered to vote population. So when you say that, 94% are reporting, that's 6% outstanding, which would be about the deficit right there. So that's probably why they haven't called North Carolina, because they're probably still, my guess, about 100,000 votes to be counted. And in this case, it's so close that it could make the difference. I mean, look at it this way. Trump only won Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, I think by a total, with all those states, of 80,000 in 2016. He only won, Wisconsin by, 10,000 votes. So, I think that's probably part of the reason why some of these states are yet to be called as we come into the midnight hour. Is that they're just a little skittish on calling these.
Yeah.
What thoughts you got, Nicole?
No, I agree that they might be a little bit skittish, especially after how they had so much egg on their face last go round. So I agree. It probably will take a little bit of time, to see the true results of tonight, because again, you have to add in all the mail-in ballots, the absentee ballots, the military ballots from overseas. So it may take a little while to see the true results of this election.
Well, this is an interesting graphic, and again, this is from the Associated Press. If you look at the states that are kind of still outstanding, that have not been called, the swing states, right? Biden only is being competitive in one of them. Trump is being competitive and leading in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess probably this is where we should have come to do our additions for electoral votes, to see how many we have here. 11 for 29 for Florida, 16 for Georgia, 6 for Iowa, 16 for Michigan, Nevada, nobody knows, 15 for North Carolina, 18 for Ohio, 20 for Pennsylvania, 38 for Texas, 10 for Wisconsin. That's 168 right there. And let's see what Trump's got. Plus 118 is 286. So that's 16 more than he needs for the presidency. Meanwhile, Biden, now see here again, Biden, they just keep adding on to his. I don't know why they're doing that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand why they just keep adding on to his totals, and Trump's totals haven't moved in decades, it feels like, at this point. So I don't get it.
I mean, unless the state totally, maybe because they just gave New Mexico to Biden.
No, that's been there.
Colorado?
No, it's been there.
Okay, I don't know then.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying
No,
to figure out.
one of those states was an iffy one.
Yes, it was.
But if Trump holds the states he's leading in, then he wins by 16 electoral college votes.
Mm-hmm.
Biden, on the other hand, needs 57 more. And unless he takes some of these away from Trump, there's not enough in Nevada, Alaska, and Hawaii to put him over the top. There just aren't there.
Mm.
That I can see. What do you think, Bob?
It's yeah, I see the numbers that are correct, but it's a lot of speculation as to, you know, we still have a lot of numbers to go over, so it's still anybody's game right now.
Well, that's the thing, is Trump has to hold all the states he's
Gotta
leading in
hold,
right
yeah.
now. If he can, then Biden with Nevada, Alaska, and Hawaii cannot make up, even with Arizona and Minnesota, still does not make up 57 electoral votes.
Right.
Um,
He holds the numbers, and he's got it.
if he holds it,
Holds the states, rather.
yeah. Florida, 98% reporting. He's got a 4-point lead. Texas, he's got maintaining a 6-point lead. North Carolina, 2 points. That's a tight one. But North Carolina has 15 electoral college votes, so that'd be huge. He needs it. 18, 94% reporting in Ohio. He's got a pretty good lead there. He's got 5 and 3 is 8 points with 94% reporting. He's got about a 500,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. 300,000 lead in Michigan. And a 6-point lead in Wisconsin. Georgia, 79% reporting. He's up there for 7. So Trump has pretty solid leads in the states that he's leading in. I mean, they're pretty solid. You're talking. The only one is North Carolina that's even close to a coin flip. But even if he loses North Carolina, if he would win with 16 and he loses 15, he still wins by 1. It'd be 271. So even if Biden ekes out North Carolina, keeps his blue states, wins Nevada, Hawaii, and Alaska, Trump can still eke out a 2-point electoral college victory. I mean, meanwhile, he's getting, he's still down by 1 million in the national popular vote. 58.9, so that's 59, 58, 59 to 58. So he's about 1 million down. One thing you could say as far as the national popular vote goes, and of course it's still coming in, we're not at the end yet, but right now it's pretty close to the number of people who totally voted in last year's elections, like 120 something. We're at 118 million votes counted right now nationally. Trump lost the popular vote to Hillary Clinton by like 2.3 million votes. Right now, he's only losing to Biden by 1 million vote in the popular vote. And I think that's interesting. That's not tracking kind of the same way as the states are tracking. You notice that? The states, Trump is losing by less in the popular vote than he did with Clinton. But his support in some areas of the country, in some states, has eroded compared to his 2016 victory over Clinton.
Yeah. Well, other factors played into that too.
Yeah, but it's just weird that he's losing some support in the states, but he's gaining support in the popular vote. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Weird. You would expect those things to trend together, one way or another. That if he was getting more of the popular vote than he did in 2016 by a percentage, then that the state should follow suit. That support would translate pretty much nationally, because it's a national vote, right? But it's not. He's gaining support in the popular vote, but losing it at the state level. In states that he won much easier last time around. That I find weird. It just doesn't seem to make sense. Those two trending lines should be trending together. You know what I mean?
It would if it was any other year but 2020.
Pretty much. Things would make sense, right?
You would think.
So here's where we are. And we are just past the 12 o'clock hour. And 5.5 hours into our broadcast. And right now, really, we don't know a lot. We do know that President Trump is leading in enough states that if he wins them, he will be reelected. If he loses, one of the states right now that I think to key on is North Carolina.
Yeah.
Because this one is close enough that he could lose. If he loses North Carolina, that's 15 votes. That would put him, that means he could not lose any other state and win the presidency. Biden would win it. So he's in a lot more of a precarious position than he was in 2016. And I'm wondering how the Trump campaign is handling this right now.
That's right. He was supposed to have a 400-member gathering party, someplace in Washington. I wonder how that is transpiring right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it is.
What do you do with these 400 people?
Well, he did say that if he couldn't have it at the hotel because the city's locked down, he said they really locked down Washington hard, that he'd do it at the White House or someplace, or some other place. But what I'm wondering is, especially with Trump's ego,
yeah,
this can't be playing too well in his mind. What do you think, Nicole?
I think it's hard to say. There was a lot of talk about how, he didn't expect to win the first go round. So that it may have been a surprise to even him. Whether that's true or not, who knows? But if that is the case, then, it might just kind of be like, oh, okay, well, if I win, I win. If I don't, I don't, So, I think it could go either way.
I think, though, the one thing that's really surprising me, and what my thoughts were going into tonight, seeing all those huge rallies, and we had this discussion ad nauseum, because back in 2016, the size of the rallies for both candidates, for Trump and Clinton, were a pretty good indicator of what was going to happen. But then, you see the size of the rallies this time around, and you would think that, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
You would think that, with the rally sizes, that Trump would have been voted in a lot more easily than he appears to be on the path to.
Mm-hmm.
So that was my point. We saw larger rallies this time around, and Trump really broke his butt to campaign. So I did expect it to be a bigger number of Trump votes, I guess, by this point.
And at least locally, my way, a lot of the Trump rallies were very spontaneous and were on a grassroots level. You know, some as I told Nicole on the boardwalk in Seaside Heights, was nothing more than a suggestion on Facebook to get them there, and they had, 40 people. In the summer was not bad, and then they had hundreds of people, if not thousands, at the car parade in Ocean County, and that was supposedly bigger than the one in Monmouth County. That was not the one that just happened over this weekend, where I think they did a misstep and went one step further and shut down the Garden State Parkway.
Right.
It's a wise idea, but I will say the prior rallies and parades that I was observing were, pretty large, pretty, it showed a large scope of a range of supporters of different ages.
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that
I think
there seemed to be a lot more support for Trump this time around, expressed by the grassroots, the car, the caravans and things like that.
Very, energetic. They were, flying their flags. They were,
right. But the bottom line is that the vote tally tonight that we're seeing right now is not lining up with what we saw during the campaign.
Yeah.
Whereas in 2016, it did. The larger Trump rallies compared to the Clinton rallies led to larger votes for Trump and helped propel him to victory. And much to the chagrin of the people who didn't think the size of those rallies mattered. Well, we learned in 2016 the size of those rallies do matter. And now we had more and bigger, but the votes are not, that is not being eked out. They're just declaring Minnesota as 10 electoral votes for Joe Biden.
Again, always declaring the blue states first. It's just interesting to me.
So now Biden is 47 votes away from the presidency.
Mm-hmm.
47 votes away. Hawaii. They've also called for Biden, looks like. Yeah, 0% reporting it's 4 electoral votes that go to Biden. So that's not a big loss for Trump. And not unexpected.
No, so basically we're just waiting on anything from Nevada and for all the red-leaning states to be called.
Right, because that's it. This is the ball game right here.
Yeah,
it's the swing states. It's the states that everybody said was going to be the ones. The funny thing is, though, look at this: 93% reporting, 5 and 2, 7, almost 8%, a couple 100,000 votes. And they have not called Iowa for Trump yet. Iowa. He's ahead by 200,000. Let's see, 116,000 votes. 93% of the precincts reporting. And they have not called Iowa yet.
Well, I'm not surprised. I've said that for hours now. But unfortunately, gentlemen, I am going to have to bid you adieu. I am falling asleep.
Yeah, I am kind of getting there myself.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to call it a night and wake up and continue this tomorrow. So
okay,
see how we do.
Yeah, I think probably the thing to do is if you guys want to tap out, and I got to take a break, and I got to do some commercials and things like that. And I think what we'll do is I'll leave the map up for a bit, and we'll see what we can do with that. Well, that maybe we should just wrap this up, and I can do an update on it tomorrow.
I mean, there's no sense in continuing. You're just waiting for them to call states that they're not going to call for hours anyway because they're red states. So there you have it.
Well, it's basically if Trump can maintain his lead in the states he's winning in, he will win the presidency. If he loses North Carolina and one other state, he will lose the presidency. It's that simple.
Yeah, so we just have to wait and see, and we're not going to see anything probably for hours yet. So. Okay.
Well, thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It was great.
It was fun. Long night.
Knew it wasn't going to be definitive. I think we knew that.
Yeah, we did. We knew that going in.
and hopefully, if everything goes well and folks like this coverage, we'll come back and do it again next year. Won't have a president, but we'll have something going on for election night. So, okay, Charles W. Kim, Nicole M. Wells, Bob Osler, we're going to bid you adieu from Orlando and from New Jersey, and we'll see how this plays out.
Music, talk, news, sports, and much more. The Grill Online Radio, a Charcoal Media station.